Hello. Welcome in, welcome in. It's been a while, actually. I really had to take a break. Like a mini break, like just a couple days. Hey Liv, what's up? To fill you in on what you've missed, Liv, everyone's dead. Like everyone. We can rewatch Game Over actually, if it catches you up on like what you missed. Because it's literally the, like, yeah, it's the previous page, so we can watch it. Everyone's dead. If you would be so kind, but I think I get the gist. I don't think you understand the brutality of what I put everyone through last time. It's not just a lol, haha, everyone's dead. It's people were vaporized. People were literally, like, made unresurrectable. Like, you can normally bring someone back if you have a body of some kind. Some were vaporized. Like, some people are also on the brink of death. So, yeah, you know what? I think we're gonna jump in. Oh yeah, also Arania is they got Avengers Endgame. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So we'll jump in and we'll do Game Over again, which is the previous page. Let's pause that. So, Game Over. We're doing it again. There we go. So Carcat's dead. He has been disintegrated in lava. Jake died a heroic death, which is permadeath. Because he was saving Jane. Jane died permadeath because she was being possessed. And she was, corrupt. Gamzee is dead. He has been chainsawed in half, Kanaya style. Dave has died a heroic death. He was defending Jade. Jade died a just death, obviously. Kanaya has been vaporized. Now Arania is going to kill the mayor, because the mayor is currently on Lohak, which is Dave's planet. And she's throwing planets around. Is it Arania? Oh no, it's the Condus who kills the mayor. She's the one who commandeers Lohak. Okay. Yeah, the mayor's now dead, by the way. Bye-bye, Rose. That's a heroic death. Yeah, the lesbians are gone. It was doomed Yuri. Oh, Roxy, best girl. I love her. The zap. Yeah, so John has retcon abilities. He is jumping around the entire webcomic at random. And he just so happened to jump into Caliborn's panel and realized who Caliborn was and decided, oh, I'm gonna kick your fucking ass. So yeah, that's what that was. So yeah, John is jumping around the entire Homestuck comic at random and can't control it. The only people alive right now are Terezi, who is clinging on. Terezi has been stabbed multiple times, had the shit beaten into her. She is basically bleeding out. Roxy's alive. Because she grabbed Rose's body before she could be vaporized. So we got 3 people alive. We got Roxy, John, and Terezi. So that's insane. What, murdering the entire cast in an alpha timeline? Yeah, it kind of is. Just to be clear as well, this isn't a Doom timeline. This is the alpha timeline. This is what was supposed to happen. Like, this isn't a whole lol, haha, this technically wasn't supposed to happen, now let's cut to the alpha timeline, like we did when John died that one time in Act 4. This isn't that, to be clear. Because in Act 4, obviously, Terezi tricked John into dying, and they were like, oh, well, now John's dead, and, you know, it's a Doom timeline. Cut to the real timeline, and, oh, look, everyone's alive and fine. No, that's not going to happen. This is the main timeline. I think about murdering every character in my stories and projects all the time, but it's crazy that Andrew just fucking did it. Kind of respect that. Andrew didn't just fucking do it. He went on a hiatus for 1 whole year. It became known as the Gigapause, okay? There were other types of pauses throughout Homestuck where he took a break for like 6 months, that kind of thing. He took a break for an entire year. It became dubbed the Gigapause. It produced so much Homestuck content that I ended up falling into the fandom. I joined the fandom like 1 month before the Gigapause ended. The Gigapause ended, and then this dropped. Imagine for an entire year not updating your story, then finally coming back to it and just murdering everyone. That's what he did. Gigapause. Yeah, Gigapause comes from Homestuck. We've had the Megapause, we've had the Gigapause. So yeah, this is how he ended the Gigapause. He was like, hey, I'm back. By the way, everyone's fucking dead. So yeah. You can imagine how I felt. I finally got into Homestuck. I binged it. I got into it, like, so fast. Caught up to date with everything, and then, boom. All my favorite characters dead. It's like ping pong, I bounce between hating and respecting Andrew Hussey. You don't have to respect them as a person. You can respect the gall and the gumption to actually, like, follow through on some of the decisions they've made. You know, because there are some things that it's like, okay, you got some nerve for that, I'll give you that. You know what I mean? You don't have to respect them as a person. Because I need you to be straight with me. You're asking me to be straight. I don't know if I can do that. I mean, I tried when I was like 10. Oh, that's not true, actually. I tried being straight when I was like 21. I was like 21 when I had a girlfriend. I'm trying to remember. I wasn't trying to be straight, though. I was trying to be bi. But again, didn't work. Are my lesbians gonna back? Do you mean are my lesbians coming back? I don't think you understand. So Kanaya was vaporized. You couldn't resurrect her even if you tried. Like, even if you went into the afterlife and you gave her the ring of life, right? She has no body. She was vaporized. So they're all just straight up dead for real this time? This is the alpha timeline, Liv. I just explained this. This isn't an offshoot dead timeline where everyone dies and this is normal, and then we're gonna jump cut to the alpha timeline. No. This is the main timeline. We started off with like 20 characters, now we're down to like fucking 3. Yeah. And it's all because of Spider Bitch, the sequel. Because Arania wanted to be the hero. Arania wanted to be the main character. Sound familiar? Oh yeah, that's right. Vriska did the same fucking thing. Vriska nearly got her entire fucking party killed because she wanted to be the main fucking character who kills the bad guy. Lo and behold, Arania fucking Circuit is no different and decided to absolutely obliterate the entire main session. I really don't like the circuits. I want to make that clear. This whole issue was just exacerbated. Like, we were already in hot water. Like, we were in hot dog water. We already had issues. Arania definitely made everything worse. I mean, if it wasn't for Arania throwing planets around, the Condus wouldn't have thrown planets around. Which means the Maya would be alive still. I'm gonna go cry in the corner now. Please continue. Okay, yeah. Let me know if you run out of tissues. I'll send someone to bring you some more. So yeah, basically, I think the Maya was left on low hack by Dave to keep him safe. Yikes. Yeah. Alright. So Condi is understandably angry at Arania. Also, can we appreciate the 17 pages till game over? Coco cosplays. Woo! I screenshotted that because I was like, that's the funniest reaction to game over. You just wait. Coco was furious. Coco tried to call me twice after stream just to yell at me. Yeah, so oh, there we go. Arania is gone. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, yeah, Arania is gone. That took me a sec. I was like, what the foot? Yeah, there we go. Adjust def. Coco's blue sky crash out? Yeah. Okay, so... yeah. Oh, here's John. Because John missed it because he was jumping around randomly. He was teleporting everywhere. Can you imagine coming back to this? Oh, all the glitches. Yeah. What the fuck happened here? Oh, sweetheart. Oh, honey bun. Oh, baby cakes. You might want to sit down. Oh, no. What about my blue sky crash out? Oh, I just made Liv sit through game over. Does he not know everyone? He was in Caliborn's panels jumping around at random. He was not there during the fight with the Condus. He was busy punching Caliborn and giving him wedgies. It's literally all my friends are dead. Yeah. Yeah. Act 6, Act 6, Act 4. So, I remember when I first read this, and I saw Caliborn get the absolute shit kicked into him. I've always, like, I've always registered Caliborn as the kind of, like, incredibly insecure, toxic masculine type of individual, right? So you can imagine how he feels finally getting his ass handed to him for the first time ever. Like, this is the first time Caliborn has ever had the shit kicked into him. He's never been beaten up his entire life. This is the very first time he's had a slice of humble pie. And I don't think he's actually going to be humble about it. Like, could you imagine? I think... my first time reading this, I was like, oh, I think this is probably gonna be detrimental. I think Caliborn is gonna go off the fucking deep end. I don't think he's gonna process this in a healthy way. I don't think this is gonna be a teachable moment. I think this is gonna make him worse. I didn't even care about most of these guys all that much. When you touch my fucking lesbians, that's when shit gets real. Yeah, we love incels crashing out. Yeah, basically. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say he's an incel because he's a cherub. So, like, he doesn't... cherub reproduction's different. I don't think incel would be the right word. I think just straight up, like, toxic alpha male misogynist is what he is. He's like a Tate disciple. Only this was 2014. So 10 years before Andrew Tate became a true problem, he was indeed predicted in the form of a small green alien. Yikes. Yeah. But I do think that, like, this is gonna be bad. A teen didn't like the direction of my story, so he came to beat me up. Oh yeah, remember, so John accidentally teleported into Homestuck and ended up getting pissed off with... I am drinking an energy drink, by the way, because I'm trying to not yawn all over the place, but John tried to break up a scene in which Rose and Dave kissed because they're brother and sister, and that's fucking weird. Although in fiction, everything's fair game. Let the man ship. I don't ship it, but I respect the hustle. This is just how every Tate disciple looks. What do you mean? Honestly, yeah. Yeah. The prophecy is true. The amount of times Homestuck has, like, predicted something is actually kind of crazy. Like, the like, ChatGPT stuff, having a clown in the White House in 2025, like, Tate-level incels. Like, wow. As Caliborn let John whip his ass. Honestly, though. But, like, what triggered the whole beatdown was John just being like, I can't believe you're trying to make a brother and sister kiss. I'm gonna kick your ass. Because it's his friends, you know? It really just always comes back to Homestuck. It's real. It's true. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Oh, no. Yikes. And bear in mind that one time my leg was bitten off and I tragically lost a sister to murder. You did both of those things, Caliborn. You did both of those things. You bit your own leg off and you killed your sister. Didn't he celebrate when his sister died? He was the one who did it. He got Jack Noir, he paid Jack Noir to kill her. As such, I must admit, to being succumbed to a new low of depressing emotions, as a tortured artist of so much talented promise, and intellectual daring, and cultural magnitude, there can be no doubt. This is my nadir. Having a dead sister is great, everyone should do it. He literally did say that, yeah. And I had to turn to the, like, camera and go, I have alive sisters, and that's great. You should try that. Blackest ball before the hole, the dark night of the feelings. I bust my cherub hump for you people. Day in and day out, I bring home the fucking bacon. I accomplish enough premium content to choke your gluttonous candy holes, which serve to belly muffle your noisy cravings for more and for more. And I do this. For what? Thank you, Stream Elements. Okay, but he put 1,000,000 holes in Gamzee, so I'm always going to give him that. True. Ungrateful dude. Bear in mind, this whole, like, spiel of being ungrateful towards the narrator of a story right after Andrew Hussey has literally, like, killed 95% of the main cast is calculated. Like, don't think for a second that this is anything to do with Caliborn. This is everything to do with Andrew Hussey. It's like he dropped game over. Everyone's like, what the fuck? Fuck Andrew Hussey. Why would you kill Dave and Karka and Kanaya and Rose? What the fuck is wrong with you? And then he's just like, everyone's ungrateful. I bust my ass on this comic and I spend a whole year working on it. You don't appreciate my hard work. That's what this is. Isn't that crazy? I know what the crux of this horrible problem is. It is that I am misunderstood. The atrocious haters and weak children will say that I am a monster, that I'm the biggest bad guy, and that my evil crimes need to be stopped using tantrum punches, but no, I'm just a simple artist. Sure, some of their lies have correct qualities. Yes, it's true, I hate many things, and want them dead, like all non-cherubs who aren't me. Yes, I mostly want to see every living thing turn extinct in bad ways, and okay, I've always been a sucker for making funny murders happen. But those are really just hobbies, they don't define me. My true passion is telling stories. I hugely insist that I walk the path not of a villain, but of an artist. Bro went on a murder spree and has the audacity to call people ungrateful. Welcome to Homestuck. You did say this comic was filled with him stroking his own ego. Yeah, it is, absolutely. If you ever think your OC is too much of a self-insert, just take a look at this fucker. Yeah, 100%. Like, 100%. It's weird as well because Hussey has a self-insert, right? But at the same time, it's almost as if he fragmented himself as part Caliborn, part Calliope, part Andrew Hussey. You know what I mean? Because those are like the three main narrator types in this story. And I also want to be very clear, and I hate saying this out loud because it makes a part of my soul crumble and die every time. Unfortunately, Dirk Strider is another Andrew Hussey Horcrux, and if you don't believe me, look through the legal emails he sent to that one content creator. Motherfucker types exactly like Dirk Strider, but amplified. There's a reason why Dirk Strider's typing style is perfect syntax. Unfortunately, he definitely made Dirk as some kind of self-insert. Like, if he was one of the kids, he would be Dirk. And it makes sense because Dirk is also the destroyer of souls. And oh yeah, Dirk is alive. Forgot to mention this. Dirk wasn't in the fight because Dirk is in the outer ring trying to get back into the fight. So Dirk is still alive. Forgot to mention that. But something I will say about Homestuck 2 in the epilogues, which obviously we're never going to find out because I'm never going to fucking read that shit because I hate it. But in the Homestuck epilogues, Dirk ascended and found a new way to god tier when you're already god tiered, and he became Ultimate Dirk. And now Dirk has control of the entire narrative and is doing a shit job of keeping his friends alive. And has just completely ruined the story. So yeah. I think Caliborn, Dirk, and Andrew Hussey are like the trifecta of narratives that represent Andrew Hussey. And in each their own way, they all suck. Like, Ultimate Dirk is fucking awful. There's a reason why when I mentioned Dirk is my favorite character, knowing Homestucks will be like, oh no, not Dirk. And I'm like, no, 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 no. We're not talking about post-Act 7. Pre-Act 7 Dirk is my favorite. We don't talk about post-Act 7. We don't talk about anything past Act 7, okay? We don't ever acknowledge it. Also, let's get the music back on. There we go. Alright. It's kind of loud. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Let me turn it down on my headphones because it's loud in my headphones, but I know it's not loud on the stream. So, that's more of a me problem. Didn't character Hussey try to get with a 16-year-old and he had a whole spiel about why it actually wasn't actually fucking weird? Yes. Yes. Yes, apparently it's perfectly okay because she's been in the afterlife for eons. And so that technically means she's not 13 years old. By the way, she was 13 when she died. So all the trolls from Carcat Session, they died when they were 13. But all the trolls from Cancri Session died when they were like 16. Which is why they all seem like they have way more drama and their personalities are just a lot shitter. Because 16-year-old you is way more of a dramatic little bitch than 13-year-old you. That's just a way of life. Good Christ. There's no war in Ba Sing Se. There's no war in Ba Sing Se. What the fuck? I see. You spell it wrong and it's a reference to something I don't watch. Okay. I was so confused. I was like, the fuck? Ba Sing Se looks like a Western thing, but it's like, let me type it out. That's what it is. Point of taking the phrase is to signify that we're collectively ignoring something. The point of taking the phrase. What phrase? We're collectively ignoring something? What are we ignoring? I feel like I'm having a stroke. Either that or you both are at the same time. Also, Liv is surprised I don't know something from a Western animation. This thing is really bad, but we're just gonna pretend it doesn't exist. Welcome to Homestuck. Yeah, there's a lot of things in Homestuck where we're just like, this is really bad, we're gonna pretend it doesn't exist. Kind of like all the racism, all the ableism, all the misogyny, We just, when it happens, we're like, yep, this is bad, let's move on. Andrew Hussey thirsting after a 13-year-old alien girl. Yep, that's really bad. We're just going to move on. Equius constantly trying to elicit ERP with people. Yep, that's bad, but we're just going to move on. Horus. Yeah, that's bad. We're just going to move on. We'd have time to unpack all of that. Pretty much. I'm going to very quickly blow my nose. One sec. Yeah, it's very much a case of like, the reason why we haven't got the time to unpack it is twofold. One, half the time I'm not fully equipped to unpack shit like that. I am a funny anime man on the internet. I am not a spokesperson. I will look at things and go, yes, that's bad, objectively. Let's all acknowledge it's objectively bad and move on, right? I'm not a person that can teach you about these issues. Especially considering I am from, like, majority, like, privileged demographics, right? I mean, yeah, I'm gay, but, like, at the same time, I am whiter than freshly fallen fucking snow. So most of the time, as a dude, as a white dude, of all things, I'm not the person to talk about those topics. I'd rather let people who are actually affected by those topics speak on them. I amplify the voices. I'll repeat what they say. I'll never try to weigh in with my own fucking opinions. Because my opinions are not important in the grand scheme of things. And I think it goes without saying that, like, Hussey trying to pursue a 16-year-old girl. Well, 13. That's just fucked. That is absolutely fucked. What's even crazier is when he was writing Homestuck, he was 29. That was at the beginning. So he would have been in his 30s at the time when he drew those panels. As someone who is very, very much close in age to Hussey, when he made those panels, I find that vile. I have a sister who is very close in age to where Vriska was, right? Almost the exact same age. And, like, she's a little girl. She's a kid. She's a child. Even if my little sister went around, I don't know, fucking murdering ghosts like Vriska did, or like, mind controlling other children to their deaths, it doesn't change the fact she's still a fucking kid. It doesn't matter how cool she is, she's still a kid. Doesn't matter how based as fuck she is, she's still a kid. Like, my little sister is a kid to me. I couldn't imagine viewing her as anything else. Maybe it's because I have a little sister that age, and I've always viewed my little sister as my baby sister. But, like, goddamn. Andrew Hussey really had the gall and gumption to put that in. And with an excuse to boot. Like, that's crazy. Like, he didn't just put it in there and leave it open to interpretation. He called out how fucked it was and put in an excuse. Brother, fuck, it makes my skin crawl. Yeah, me too. he certainly gave me a few what the fuck moments, and I hope I never meet you moments, and you've given juggalos a very bad first impression for me moments. Like, because of Andrew Hussey, I'd rather not encounter any juggalos. Like, I'm good. Like, I don't think juggalos are bad people. I'd be perfectly happy never having to meet any. You know? You know what I mean? Like, they can just do their own thing. They don't need to meet me, and I don't need to meet them. I don't think this goes in the poorly aged section. This is just a fucking why. Well, no, this is fucking proof. I was talking to another Homestuck in a phone call, and I was like, in about 20 years, people are gonna look back at Homestuck and they're gonna like study it for how much stuff aged poorly, or like how many things were like not okay. And how many things were okay at the time. And then someone said, in response to me, you know that there were a lot of things in Homestuck that weren't okay at the time it was released anyway. Like, Peru. So yeah. Ask away. Oh. You have a question? Ask away. Are there any Andrew Hussey apologists? Yeah, of course there are. There are people who are like completely obsessed with Homestuck the epilogues and Homestuck 2, and they think that those are really good stories. And obviously they love Homestuck, and they'll consume any content that Hussey puts out, be it like Problem Sleuth or like anything else. We don't have a kill list. But as a mod, if any show up, you have full permission to throw them off a cliff or something. Mods, put them in the oven. Didn't you encounter one of those people? I did, and surprise, surprise, it was a cishet white male. You remember that edgy guy who called himself a contempt creator? Yeah, that was a Hussey apologist. So yeah, to be clear, Hussey apologists do exist. I avoid them. I will not even, like, respond to them. If I see that someone's trying to argue with me and they're a Hussey apologist, I'm like, no. And I block them. Mods, destabilize their atoms. I'm gonna try to soothe my pain with pancakes. Mods, turn them into pancakes. I need to start saying this shit. It's funny. But to be clear, when I do say it, I'm joking. There is no action to be taken. It's just funny. Thank you, Stream Elements. I appreciate it. We're having a very, like, intense conversation about the morality of the narrator of Homestuck. But yeah, sure, I guess if you also want to support me, you can go to my throne. Let's write that down. Mods, turn them into pancakes. Never a bad time to beg for money. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. I mean, I haven't got affiliate yet, so I really want a new capture card, man. Oh. I'm hoping I can get one soon. It'd be nice to, like, be able to play consoles on stream, but I can't right now. Alright, getting into it, we are going to continue this ego stroke as we go through Caliborn's Lamentations. Lamentations, where he, like, wallows in his own self-pity, okay? Alright. I bleed the blood of a craftsman. I sweat the stuff of a gentle soul. I weep the tears of a poet. And like any beautiful art poet who is in a struggle of creative calamity. It's a great Homestuck song, by the way, just saying. I must retreat to my craft. I will fall back on the fucking basics. Form, line, angle, line, more lines, additional angles. I will regroup. I will rebuild my vision from pixel 1. I will reinvent myself as an artist. And again, I will rise. We're almost done. I assume I mean everyone's fucking died. I don't know how much longer this could go on. We have just over 1,000 pages left of Homestuck. So think half of the entirety of Act 5. Alt name, Caliborn's whiny little bitch soliloquy. Yeah, pretty much. We're in the home stretch, relatively speaking. Yeah. And it took us almost 2 months to get here. So. I haven't even hit my 2-month anniversary yet. Isn't that crazy? I mean, you guys can start predicting how Homestuck will end if you really want to. And again, I will rise. Pure art skill. Like a phoenix from the asses, play on words. The asses belong to the haters, of course, which I handed to them personally, with my strong, bare hands, so I bide my time. Well, Hussy's already dead in Hussy's already dead. He was killed by Lord English. Then he'll die again. Double death. But double death is almost guaranteed for him. He's a ghost. Like, Lord English is going around all the dream bubbles killing ghosts. Let me dream. Well, if you dream, you end up in a dream bubble. And then you get killed by Lord English. So, you know, it's... You know what's crazy? We lost 95% of all of our main characters and they haven't even faced Lord English yet. Like, Lord English is the big bad. He's the bad guy. Condi just works for him. Let that sink in. Process that for a moment. Yeah. Perfecting every aspect of my craft. Polishing while demolishing. Honing while owning. And in time, you will see my masterpiece. But the thing is... Yeah. Look at this bullshit. Look at his fucking Kickstarter parody. Masterpieces don't come cheap. I know I said blah blah, I'm a sensitive artist, my soul is crying, stuff like that. Let's face the crass facts. I'm a goddamn businessman. And art costs fucking money. True. I just commissioned someone to draw me a new profile picture because I need one. Because every time I share my Twitch, It gets flagged on Blue Sky as adult content, which is crazy because it really isn't. It's just that Blue Sky doesn't realize that my character is a man because it has long hair, and therefore the titties on display are man titties. But that's life, I guess. So I was like, okay, I need a new profile picture that doesn't show off my titties. And they tried to undercharge me. I was like, what the fuck? I threw them an extra 20 quid on top. I was like, hell no, this is far too cheap for your skill. I shared it on my Blue Sky, by the way. I will be changing my my profile picture on Twitch after stream though. When I'm already like in the settings and going through everything. And so I will need you to plunge your grubby fists far down your money pockets and donate generously to the next and greatest act of Homestuck. You won't be disappointed. He was so pretty. Yeah. Very pretty. As we speak, my closest friends and allies are digging deep and chipping in, totally optionally, or else. The savvy cash giver will also be pleased to know that I'm graciously accepting cow coins, the bleeding edge of modern imaginary currency, which I recently made up with my computer and can confidently claim to largely understand. That's right. Bitcoin. Oh my god. Oh my days. Can you believe it? I think Bitcoin was around during this time, but it wasn't big. Wait. Let me see when it blew up. 2017. Yeah. Bitcoin launched in 2009, so it's as old as Homestuck. But Bitcoin really blew up in popularity in 2017 because Bitcoin rose to 20K in 2017. So yeah, this was 2014. So Bitcoin existed, but it wasn't. What's next? NFTs? Yeah, so everything comes back to Homestuck. You know how like there's always that thing of like The Simpsons did it? We're starting to see something. We're starting to see a pattern emerge. Please stand by very patiently. Impatiently. Through the next lengthy barrage of not important stuff. I'll be using lots of fancy software money to craft my swan song. Tune in next time on Homestuck for the thrilling and artistically unbelievable conclusion of Homestuck. Bye forever, almost. We have a flash page. Let's do it. Act 6, Act 6, Intermission 4. Let's go, shall we? Oh, yeah. Look where all the planets have been moved to. So we still have, I think... we still have Rose's planet and... No, we still have John's planet. And we still have Roxy's planet. So we have the land of pyramids and neon. Lopan. And we also have the land of wind and shade. What the fuck is this? It's a Skyer? I think that's Skya. And then I think Dirk is like flying into the session. Yeah. Let's move you out of the way, little Dave. So yeah, even John is like glitching through all of this. It's a lot. It's a lot to process. So that's Jane's planet right there. And this is Land of Heat and Clockwork, which is where the mayor was. And there's Land of Mounds and Xenon, or Zenon, however you say it. And obviously Land of Kryptonite and... wait, Land of Tombs and Kryptonite, sorry. So, Jake and Dirk's planets, respectively. There's a denizen. Yep. Dead denizen. This is the monster that they have to slay on each respective planet. Different monsters. They all look different, but... do the planets cease to exist once a player is dead, or is this just a special case? Planets don't stop existing. They're all just, like, they've been dragged around. They've been moved through space and thrown at each other. You saw that on the chart. They were all collected on, like, this side. They were over here. The only ones left in their original locations was Roxy and John's. Because, like, they were all thrown into each other during Game Over. They were used as weapons. Oh, here's Dirk. Hey there. Are you Dave's bro? Hey, did you hear me? Where's everyone? I'm John, by the way. John. Would you please just leave me alone? Why? What? Why? I don't understand. Do you know what happened here? Yeah. I failed. So, Dirk is blaming himself for all of this. And just went into the glitches. As an admission of failure. Dirk is a very unstable individual. And has no issue with taking his own life. I mean, we saw it when he entered the medium. He literally decapitated himself. And now he has destroyed himself via the glitches. So Dirk is now dead. Oh shit, yeah, Dirk's dead. Hey, Lopan's still there. Roxy? What happened to Rose? Mom, please wake up. It's me, your, daughter, kinda. Please don't die. Rose. What happened to me? The witch got you with her fork, but you're gonna be okay. Oh, that's nice. Maybe you shouldn't try to talk now. You saved me, didn't you? Thanks. But she's gone, isn't she? For good, I mean. I saw her die. And it's a shame how... a shame I never even got to tell her I loved her. Who? Kanaya. But you too, Mom. You too. Heroic death. Oh, Coco, Jake is dead. There is no hope. If Jake is dead, there is no hope. Just want to let you know. Why? The fuck? Because Andrew Hussey wanted to hurt all the lesbians even more by basically having an admission of love from Rose with regards to Kanaya. Basically to confirm, oh yeah, they were in love. They were, like, big time in love. Yeah. I'm sorry. I got here too late to do anything. Because as far as I may think I've come, I still don't know what I'm doing. Dave's bro in the funny pants was right, but not about himself. I was the one who let everybody down. I'm the failure. It's me. You saw Dirk. Where is he? He was back there floating near all the exploded planets. He told me to leave him alone, so I did. And now he's stuck somewhere inside all those shitty glitches, which just keep getting worse. Do you think we can get him out? Is he like... He's like my only friend who isn't dead yet. I don't know. I've been able to clean up some glitches here and there, but they're everywhere now. It's like the whole universe is corrupted. Or more than just the universe. You know what I mean? There's no way I can use my windy powers to blow it all away anymore. And even if I did, then what? Everything's gotten so fucked up. Yeah, sigh. Poor Rose. She was always too brave for her own good. This is exactly what happened last time. Last time? It was years ago when Jack killed our parents. We tried to fight him, but we weren't strong enough to face him yet. So he killed her. But at least that time I could bring her back to life. How? Just like using a certain method. It's not an option anymore. The suffix, me and my lesbian heart gonna crawl in the corner and die. So we've entered the phase of Homestuck that is agony. Thanks, Stream Elements. Very cool. Oh boy. Make sure you stay hydrated, everyone, especially if you're crying. Remember that if you're crying, you need to stay hydrated. You need to rehydrate because you're losing fluid. That's the weird thing about this for me. I'm sitting here looking at my dead friend, and it's really sad. But at the same time, all of this has already happened before. The deaths and tragedy and stuff. Getting painted into the corner of yet another unwinnable situation. Keeps happening, and I don't know how to stop it. Yeah, me neither. But we can't give up, right? I mean, we've all been in worse situations than God knows those, right? Or have we really? Well, no, I guess we haven't. I guess this is like, maybe quite literally the worst thing that's ever happened. I mean, not to put too fine a point on ranking shitty things, but this is about as unbelievably shitty as it gets. I keep thinking about what I could have done to, or what I still could do, if somehow I could learn to control this, or like, even better understand this. The stupid, sappy, rat-conny whatever it is. Blah. Jean, yo, chill. Chill? Yeah. Maybe we should try, like, not worry about shit so much anymore. Why not? There's so many problems. For every item you buy for Porphyra on Throne, a small cut of the profits go to the Stop Killing the Lesbians Foundation. That's... That's so funny. A noble cause indeed. Oh, it's funny. You crack me up. I've missed having you in chat, Liv. I've missed your unhinged comments so much. Let me have my suffix. Buy the shit. If someone buys me something on my throne right now, I will find a way to resurrect Kanaya. If you buy me a second thing, I'll find a way to resurrect Rose. How about that? I'll do it. I'll bust out MS Paint myself and start drawing. I'll pull a Caliborn. I'll do it. You think I won't? I'll load up. Hang on, I gotta dig into my savings. No, don't actually do that. I'm joking. I'm joking. I jest. Shush. No, don't do that. Why not? There's so many problems. I know all of other problems, and we're both way brave and all. I'm sure between us we proved that hella many times already. Who needs a car when you have lesbians? Personal property tax be damned. Why you like this? Can you, like, not be reckless? Focus on yourself first. Other than that, I never wanted anything more than to meet my mom. To meet Rose, I mean. And to just be with her and talk. And try to understand this bond I felt like we always had without ever knowing each other. I kept getting so close, dreaming about her, waking up too soon. And finally, the last time I woke up was just in time to see her die. It's like the witch was holding out just long enough for the dream to feel like a real possibility before taking it away. Then you take that ultra sad thing, pile it on all the other brutal manure raining down on this epic shit charade. I gotta say, John, this is starting to feel an awful lot like the end. The end? Yeah. Whatever the end of the road feels like, it's gotta feel just like this. Maybe we should just admit to ourselves this is probably what it's like when you find yourself in a timeline where everything went wrong. And you know it means you're doomed. And the only thing left to do is face the fact you have to write it out into nothingness. Stop worrying so much. Try to let it go. You mean like, what do you mean? I mean, I accept that we lost. I admit the people we wanted to be with, the life we always wanted, it was never gonna happen. Except maybe in the afterlife. Our friends are there. Callie's there. My mom is there. Why shouldn't we be there too? Why not just let the Doom timeline work its gloomy magics? Slip away into nothing. With the rest of this mess. Everyone's dead. What's she supposed to do now? Yeah, pretty much. She's in the sort of accepting phase already, you know? She's like, yep, well, nothing we can do. We're fucked. One sec, I just need to blow my nose. Oh, my days. Summer, I swear to God, summer is just making, like, it's not even summer yet, technically, but keeps making my allergies, like, worse and worse as each day goes by. Before stream, I sneezed 7 times consecutively. How insane is that? Alright. There's Terezi. Terezi? Whoa, are you okay? Fucking headbutts. Immediately. Fix this. Terezi immediately headbutts him in their face and just fix this. Not gonna lie, I forgot she was alive. Barely. Alive is not a word I would use to describe Terezi. Terezi is literally bleeding out as we speak. Terezi's been impaled, beaten. There is more blood on her clothes than, like, is in her body. This was your home?
Uh-huh. Well, sort of. It looked more realistic when I lived there.
Ah, yes, I recognize it now. It's just like Jake's home, but with less foliage.
Foliage?
On his Earth, these hills were covered in trees. In yours, I suppose, there was more care given to landscaping.
Ah, that's interesting.
Is it? I'm not sure that it is particularly. I need to sneeze, one sec. Oh, my days. Oh, my eyes are watering and everything. Allergies are strong today. Let me just check, see if the pollen count is high. Because if so, that would explain why I'm like this. Oh my gosh. No way. No way. I don't mean to alert anyone. I got one hell of a DM. I just got DM'd my model from my model mama a day early. Oh my goodness. I don't mean to alert anyone. Oh my gosh. Smokey has finished my model. What? Wait. Oh my god, there it is. There's the file. Oh my goodness me. That's crazy. They locked in for that. I know, right? Real boy actually happening. I'll just let Smokey know that I'll set up tomorrow. There we go. I'll jump into a call with her tomorrow, just to make sure it's all set up right. That's crazy. That's one hell of a thing to stumble upon. Drop the twink off in a nice place when you're done with him. Oh, I think I'm rather attached to the twink. I mean, I've been possessing his body for like 2 months. So I think what I might do is I might just keep him in the basement, you know? So maybe if when I'm affiliate, people could donate a certain amount of bits and activate twink mode. Who knows? How do we feel about that? Can I pop over and drink his blood if you're gonna keep him? He's gonna be kept in a basement, Liv. Like, do you really need to, like, drain him specifically? At least give him food and water. Yeah, he'll be fine. Now back to what I was originally doing, which is checking the pollen count. Oh yeah, pollen's high. Pollen's high and humidity's over 50%. That's no surprise. It's been absolutely boiling these past few days. At the beginning of June, I'm going to order a, shall I do it at the beginning of June, actually? No, you know what? I think after stream, I'm going to use what money I have left to order an air conditioner. I was going to wait until I had more money, but I think I should do it now because it's going to take a while to arrive. And it's only going to get hotter as the days go by. So I think... yeah, I think I'm going to have to get an air conditioner. Like, ASAP. Just let him see his Pikachu every now and then. He doesn't have a Pikachu. He would be that random trainer that has an Electabuzz. You know what I mean? He would be like, he'd be the electric trainer with an Electabuzz. That's crazy. I have all the files and everything now downloaded. Just to be clear. Like, it's there. I have it now. I have the files for my new model, which I will be playing with after stream. whatever you need to not pass out from heat stroke. Basically, because I have my fan on full crank right now. And I have my window open and I have my balcony door open, so there's a through breeze. Lol, breeze. Breeze, I say. There is no breeze. I'm honestly having my door open and window open. It's just wishful thinking. But, yeah. Damn. I can't believe my model's done. I wasn't expecting it until, like, midnight. Or, like, tomorrow, you know? A day early. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Which means I can also open a brand new commission with Smokey for more toggles. Hooray! You love to see it. Because I'm not going to have that many toggles to begin with. Because, like, the actual art and rigging was about $1,000 on its own. So I got very minimal toggles to begin with. So I think I'm gonna get an idle animation. And I'm gonna get a few more toggles. Even Christ on a bike celebrating, yeah, Christ on a bike going past, like, hey. Let me know when you debut, because I'll fight to get that day off. It probably won't be for a few days now. Like, probably about 5 days. Because there are some PNGs that I need made up. So I'm probably going to ask Smokey to maybe rush a few, if possible. Depending on how busy they are in terms of commissions. I'm gonna ask them, like, when, like, how fast they could do them. And that'll give me a rough idea. So you'll probably know by tomorrow, how quickly I'll be debuting. I definitely want to make sure that my model is debuted before the 1st, because that's when I'm doing a collab. Also, I'm going to try to confirm the exact time for the collab with Eve. So I'm going to be messaging Eve tonight as well. So yeah. Man, so much just shifted. So don't get used to seeing this model for much longer, basically. Because, yeah, wow. That's crazy. I'm going to take a victory sip of my stamina potion. Hell yeah. All right.
Huh, that's interesting.
Is it? I'm not sure that it is particularly.
Yeah, I guess not.
But it is very nice here. Even if it's only a stylistic approximation of your home. Pity there are no trees, though. I've never actually seen one.
You haven't?
Come to think of it, I've never seen a plant. Plenty of meat, though. Meat was left for us in great supply. Candy, too. But nary a plant for as far as the eye could see.
That sounds terrible. When I was a kid, I grew up with plants all around me. I was very lucky. I guess I took all the nice things about my life on this island for granted. I even had my own garden where I grew flowers and vegetables and fruits and such. That is all I ever ate. The things I grew myself.
Ooh.
But I will admit to having developed a taste for meat since becoming a dog.
Meat is very good. For all the complaints I might have about my childhood, near exclusive subsistence upon raw flesh is not one. But then I'm sure that comes with the territory of being a monster. I didn't mean to change the subject. Please tell me about your garden.
My grandpa set it up for me in the atrium. I would spend hours tending to my plants and playing music for them. It was one of the places where I was happiest I can remember being. I miss that garden.
What happened to it?
It blew up, and then I built my house way up on top of where it used to be. In the years since that happened, I thought about rebuilding it as a way to pass time on my long, lonely journey, but I was too depressed to grow anything.
Yes. I believe I can sympathize.
What sort of place did you grow up in that didn't have plants? Was it a desert?
Of sorts, yes. It was Earth, actually. My Earth was much less hospitable towards life than yours. I'm sure I was the only living thing left on the planet.
That sounds lonely.
It was.
But didn't you say meat was left for us earlier?
Oh,
Was someone else there?
yes, technically, but he was only there while I slept.
Who?
My brother.
Oh, I had a brother too. It's funny we keep discovering ways that we're alike.
Yes, but not so much in this way. For one thing, you and your brother never detested each other, or to my knowledge. Also, you and he spent most of your lives apart. To you, I'm sure it seemed cruelty to grow up so divided. But to me, that would have been a great liberty.
This is where you and your brother lived? Callie, when you said you were a monster, what did you mean? Were you just being hard on yourself, or did you mean that literally?
No, I was being rather literal about my true appearance.
I see. And your brother looks the same way too, I take it?
Yes, we look identical. Though he was surely more a monster than I. He still is.
Was this his tooth?
Yes, it was once mine as well. But that's a topic which requires some elaboration. To tell you the truth, I'd rather not...
What the fuck is going on outside, brother? Hold on, one sec. I'm hearing some fucker shout outside my window. I will fucking come down there if you don't stop. One sec. Hey, I'm back. Hey, Waffle, everyone's dead. Yeah, Waffle, you were here for Game Over, weren't you? Yeah. Liv, you were the only one who missed it. Yeah, there was some guy traveling with a little girl. And he was just, like, really loud for some reason. Like, normally I don't really hear passers-by, because I'm quite high up in my apartment block. But man, he was so loud. Why was he... Why are you yelling for? What the fuck? The popcorn was good, yeah. I mean, Waffle's not really attached to any characters, so it's no surprise that it's just entertainment for him. But yeah, safe to say, everyone's dead. Hope is dead. And, yeah. And apparently people are yelling outside for no good goddamn reason. Alright. Let's continue. Skip that fucking song, it's weird. There we go. Alright.
Yes, it was once mine as well. But that's a topic that which would require some elaboration, to tell you the truth. I'd rather not talk about my brother or anything from my past, really. Dwelling on it for long makes me feel very anxious.
That's okay. We don't have to talk about it. It's just seeing this tooth and listening to your voice. I think I'm finally starting to remember something.
Oh, what do you remember?
I remember you.
Me?
Yeah, I'm quite sure now that we met once before while I was asleep. It was you, and yet it wasn't.
Do you mean to say you saw my true appearance?
I think so.
Egad, I hope I didn't frighten you.
I was a little scared at first, actually, but it was not so much because of what you looked like. Your voice was the same, and I can tell now you're basically the same person she was, yet you seem so different, so much more serious. Also, you were a god tier. What do you think it means, Callie? If that was you, but not quite you, then who was it?
That was a version of myself I could have become. But for what reason, whatever reason, I did not. She's the one I'm supposed to find. But it would seem you found her first.
I see. An alternate universe version of yourself.
Yes, the version who was able to defeat my brother before he could commit his mayhem.
That makes sense. No wonder she was so, well, no offense to her, but you're much friendlier.
I was that bad, was I? Or, she.
What the fuck is going on outside? Why is everyone so loud? Is it not a Monday? I swear to God. I need, like, a bucket of water. Anyone walks past my friggin', like, underneath my apartment, making loads of noise, I just dump it on them. Be fucking quiet. I'm trying to read Homestuck and help my audience through the misery and pain of losing their favorite lesbians. They're protesting to fund the Stop Killing the Lesbians Foundation. Right, but the more they disrupt me, the more we're never gonna find out if there is a way to rectify the situation. So if anything, it's a detriment to you. Do you see now? Because Terezi is telling John to fix the situation, so maybe he has a way. We don't know yet. He has retcon powers, but he can't control them. Alright. Terezi knows more than we do because she's a seer. So.
Not really. It was not long at all before I could tell she was good. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I'm starting to remember about the encounter. She had a lot to say.
What did she tell you?
She mainly told me stories. She seemed to really like telling stories. So I think your personality must have been in there somewhere.
You don't, by any chance.
You want to know if I remember any? Yeah, it's been coming back to me little by little. I think I can retell some of them. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't you help me?
How?
Do you have anything to write on? A pad of paper or such?
I think so. One moment. How's this?
Perfect. Okay, I'll write the words and you can draw the pictures.
What a good idea.
Yeah, okay, where to begin? If I recall, the first story was about how she defeated her brother. But I don't remember much about that one. And maybe you don't even want to hear a story that has to do with him.
That would be the way in which she and I differ. In my story, it was the other way round.
Huh. That makes sense. The rest of her stories, I think, were meant to account for the differences in the way her life went.
Ooh, how interesting. Now I'm very curious.
So she went on to tell another story. Not one about your brother, but one about mine.
It already sounds like a much more pleasant story.
Well, not exactly. This is a story about how he died.
I also want to say, this is a Doctor Who reference. For those of you who know Doctor Who and you've watched Doctor Who, Season 2, Episode 12, begins with, "My name is Rose Tyler, and this is the story about how I died." So this is a reference to Doctor Who. Which is not the only reference to Doctor Who in this entire story. There are quite a few. Because wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. But I just love that this one hurt me. Because I love Rose. Oh, Rose Tyler. So this is the story of how John dies.
The powers you were talking about earlier. Huh? Do not me, Egbert. You look like an idiot, but we both know you're no fool. Hey! I wouldn't argue with her, John. She's all bloody and she clearly means business. Okay, you're right. Yes, Terezi, I agree to the fact that I look like an idiot. Primarily because you seem badly wounded and angry. Are you sure you're okay? Shut up. On Rose's Rainbow Candy Planet, you appeared and said you had the ability to change things, to alter history without dooming the timeline. Oh, yeah. The thing with that is, wait a minute. Terezi, are those Jade's shoes?
Oh my goodness.
Maybe. Yes. Yes as in yes, or yes as in maybe? Yes as in maybe. Terezi, why are you wearing Jade's shoes? Where's Jade? Jade's dad.
Oh man, not Jade too. Are you sure?
Yes, John.
You mean like dead?
Everybody is dead, John.
Everybody? Even Dave?
He's dead, John. Everybody's dead. Everybody is dead, John.
So, Jade, Dave, Carcat, they're all, even the cute mayor guy who Dave loves so much.
John, let's not do this.
Damn it. Did you actually take Jade's pulse? You know, she just likes to sleep a lot.
I sniffed both her and Dave's poignantly overlapping torsos very carefully for a human pulse. Alas, I found none.
Oh, and then you decided to take her shoes?
Yes.
And you thought that was an appropriate thing to do? Why exactly?
John, her shoes were red, sparkling, and delicious. I'm only flesh and blood.
Ugh, you're such a weirdo. Why are all troll girls so weird? Every single one I've met is some kind of depraved lunatic.
Yeah, that's because they're trolls. Spoiler alert, trolls are insane. They are a species that is known for violence, and they do not have a burial system. They do not really mourn their dead. Remember, they don't have funerals. If you die on Alternia, you are simply left on the side of the road for the wildlife to eat. Like, that's it. Imagine telling someone who just found out his friends are dead, can you not do this right now? Yeah. Because, like, that's her culture versus his culture. Humans mourn their dead. Trolls don't. Death on Alternia is an inevitability. It's not something that you mourn. You don't dwell on it. This is a cultural clash right now that we're seeing.
All the troll boys I've met are just lame weenies, though. Well, except for Carcat. Carcat was great. May he rest in peace. Don't fucking say that.
What?
He is not dead.
But You just said,
I mean, he doesn't have to be. I did not come here to bathe in the repugnant attitude of a defeatist dork. I came here to force said dork to use his incredible and totally unprecedented powers to set everything right, even if it means stabbing him until he complies.
okay, you don't need to stab me. Really. Don't you think I want to? We just lost everyone we cared about. Of course I want to go back and change things. I just have no idea how.
That is not my problem. Just this lack of stylish gemstone-studded footwear, it is also not my problem, as of precisely today. These things are your problems to solve. Both the pitiable lack of command over your zappy prowess, as well as the grotesque pair of banana loafers on your feet. Ugh, I friggin' hate troll girls.
John, What?
Have you ever seen your denizen?
No. Well, I almost did once.
What happened?
I was tricked into going to see him early by a blind prankstress who shall remain nameless. But at the last minute, I was talked out of it by a pal from the future. I wasn't ready to see him yet. I would have died if I did.
Okay, but like, what if you are now?
What if I'm what?
Ready. I mean, if now's not the right time, then when even would be?
I guess you have a point. Would that actually accomplish anything, though?
I don't know, man. I'm just spitballing here. There's supposed to be these ginormous monsters that you either fight or you listen to their riddles and they help solve all your problems or something, aren't they?
More or less. I think their purpose is a bit more mysterious than that. And I guess more like majestic?
Majestic?
I don't know. I'm probably not the best guy to ask about denizens. Jade met hers, but she's a sprite. A sprite could explain it better than me. Didn't you ever talk to your sprite about them?
Nah, me and Fafetta never talked about that stuff. We mainly traded lame puns and talked about our shitty love lives.
You did? Wow, what kind of sprite do you even have?
But
Never mind. I did not mean to touch upon yet another sad subject. Anyway, maybe you're right, and my denizen could help me with these problems. But at the same time, there are so many problems. Even if I learned to control my powers better, I'd still have to deal with all this glitchy bullshit. I could zap around and fix everything, but if it's all still garbled, how would I even know it was fixed? Maybe you're right, Roxy. What if it's all too much to overcome this time, even for Typheus?
I've heard enough. John, you've slandered our troll males as weenies, and while I could not possibly dispute this characterization, today I listened to excuses from none other than the supreme weenie himself. You will go see your denizen at once. Ask him to help you understand your powers and accept whatever price he demands. This is not negotiable.
God, all right. I was gonna agree to see him anyway. Can't a guy just think out loud a bit before making a big decision?
No.
Wow, okay, my bad, I guess.
Yes, stop thinking you have always been terrible at it. Leave the mind work to me.
Fine, then I guess it's settled. I'll go to Loa's and see my denizen. But what will you guys do?
Probably nothing.
Nothing?
If you're successful, then we will stop existing. I doubt it will be like having to live the rest of our lives in a doomed timeline. Technically, that is what we're doing right now. I presume that since you've been endowed with the ability to rewrite causality, not unlike the mechanism behind the scratch, everything as it is now will simply cease to be.
Oh.
What?
I mean, even though everything in this timeline is about as shitty as it gets, that still seems kind of sad.
Yeah. I think them's just the breaks, dude.
I guess so. What do you think you'll do with the time you have left?
IDK, shit around on melancholy for a spell, question my life choices, probably bury my mom somewhere in the desert, give her a quick funeral, say goodbye to her and everything else, and then curl up into a ball and wait to unexist.
Holy shit, this is the saddest thing I've ever heard. Ah, why do you even have to tell me that?
Hey, you asked.
No, that sucks. Don't do that.
Nah, why not?
Because it's a stupid plan for crappy idiots.
JFC, what a burn. I think I might cease to exist just from that burn.
Yes, laugh at my truly sick burn if you must. But everyone's getting on my case for being so defeatist, and that's the best plan you can come up with?
I didn't get on your case for being defeatist, though. I was acting tons more defeatist than you on account of the emotions from my mom's tragic corpse. The troll's been the one busting your windsock, remember?
It's true, I have been doing that.
Yeah, I just think no matter who's going to stop existing, if I do something proactive, then you should too. Even if only on principle.
Such as...
Why'd you go see your denizen too?
What?
That's your denizen there, isn't it?
No, it's a statue.
Yeah, I know it's a statue. I mean, it's a depiction of her, right?
Oh, yeah.
So if I'm gonna see mine, why don't you go see yours too? Go see Nick's.
Go see Nick's. Why?
Why not?
Go see Nick's? Nick's of First Stage Productions, Ian. Second Wave, Ravanus. I am Nick's Voltaire. Come, take my hand. Oh boy. As I'm now the hero with the magic fix literally everything powers that need mastering.
No.
Oh, my days, why do I keep yawning? British Cyborg mentioned. Yeah, it's because he has the same name as the denizen Nyx. That's why. He's EP. I'm not EP! I have slept so much. I'm just yawning, there's a difference. Alright, I'm on stamina potion 2 to try and make me stop yawning. There you go, you're welcome for that. Alright.
No, but you still have things to learn, don't you? You ever make that spike ball?
No. But what would even be the point of that anymore?
I don't know. It's just the thing you were gonna say your mind to, but haven't done yet. Just like I said I was gonna get that magic ring so you can give it to your friend. Remember that?
Yeah.
I haven't done that yet either, but that doesn't mean I have to give up on that idea. What if, after I see my denizen, what if I could still do that? I'm just saying, you have no idea what there is to learn from her. Maybe finding out what there is to learn is most of what there is to learn. What if making alien spike balls is only the beginning of understanding your powers? What if she can help you channel some sort of incredible voidy thing?
Voidy thing?
Yeah, like a windy thing, but with void instead of wind.
What's the windy thing?
A windy thing is obviously a bunch of damn wind blowing around.
So, you're saying she could teach me to make void blow around?
No, I didn't mean it literally. I mean, maybe something more abstract. Like, I don't know, learn to phase out of reality and somehow preserve yourself in the void. Even if I alter history. So that maybe when the time is right, you could just pop back into reality.
Wow, you really think she can tell me how to do that?
I have no idea. I'm just saying, who knows?
And not to be a wet windsock, John, but that sounds far-fetched as heck.
Okay, yeah, probably. It just feels shitty leaving you here to have a sad funeral and then stop existing.
Sometimes, John, you just gotta throw a sad funeral for your dead teen mom, and then stop existing. Le shrug.
Le shrug? My le butt. I'm not gonna see my denizen unless you agree to see yours. That's the deal, and that's final.
Damn, son, as in, damn, literal offspring of some peeps I know. Should be strict.
alive, Lalonde. Just do what he says. Pointless obstinacy is a shared familial trait which is most unwelcome at this time. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go see some big-ass goddess of the night if it'll make you get the show in the stinking road already. Thank you. That is all I ask. So, now? I guess. Like, this exact actual second, then. I don't know. Probably. Alright, I guess we should, like, go then? Yeah. No time like the present, right? Right. Then, so hey, if this works, and I somehow erase you from history, I mean this version of you. Yeah, if that happens, then, it was nice to meet you. This is fucking brutal. I'm not about to spend my final moments slowly bleeding to death, while two human dorks, oblivious their own painfully evident romantic tension, fumble through a drawn-out series of awkward goodbyes. Didn't you just meet, like, today? Yeah. Yeah. Gigas, someone flog me with another shitty clown. I can't take one more minute with you adorable dweebs. You caught me at the bad time. Egbert and Lalonde. Any other day, I'd be teasing you about this in a playful attempt to make you both uncomfortable while giggling maniacally. But look at me. I said look at me. Does this strike you as a face which is prepared to giggle maniacally? I'm declaring this meeting of tragic yet adorable fuck-ups completely and utterly adjourned. Now say goodbye. Yes, there you go. Just like that. Hey, what are you gonna walk... Or what? You're just gonna walk away? How about a hug? Yeah, the thing you do with your arms. No, not me. Don't touch me. With each other. Okay, just a little closer, and there you go. This isn't blast-off research, people. Alright, I think that's gonna do it. The goodbye has been secured. I mean, really. How do you even function on a day-to-day basis without me? How does anybody? Maybe they didn't. I guess that explains the mess we're in. Fucking Eureka. LMAO, Scarf Troll, you're P-funny. Hope I meet you again. Or at least some version of myself meet some version of yourself. Whew. What an abstract wish. Fantasy wish giver, dream Christ. Don't even know what that meant enough to make it happen or not. He and his loyal entourage of religion wizards just shrugging at each other. Okay, so... Good luck fixing all the shit, John. Anyway, I'm out. Phasing down to the core of this sucker for denizen times. Later, dudes. Poof. Bye. She didn't hear me. She was already underground. But yeah, I guess I'll get going too. Thanks for the weird, angry pep talk, Terezi. See ya. Egbert, where the hell do you think you're going? But you just said, get back here. Okay, dang. What is it? Don't you think we should go over the actual plan first? I thought we just did that. I'm going to see Typheus. No, you nitwit. I mean what you're gonna do if you successfully learn to control your powers. Oh, yeah. Good point. So what is your plan? I don't have one. I mean, other than to go talk to a monster I presume to be a giant snake and see what happens. Do you have any ideas? What do you think I should change, Terezi? I don't know. I really should know, but I don't. Why do you think you should know? Because I'm a seer of mind. It's my job to know such things. I'm supposed to foresee outcomes of certain actions and guide my friends to victory. But I've never been very good at using my powers. Look at where they've led me. I lost all faith in my abilities long ago. Sorry, John. I'm not sure I can help you. Can you at least try? Try what, exactly? Anything. Like, put your hands on your head like psychics do. And just, I don't know, try anything at all. That might help me figure out what to do. I just don't want to be zapping around time and space at random with no rhyme or reason to what I'm trying to fix. Please, Terezi, just try. I need your help. Okay, I will try something. Cool. I have no idea if this will work or if there is even any theoretical basis for it working. But I'll need you to do something to help me try it. Okay, what? Try to hold a certain thought in your mind as clearly and steadily as you can and tell me what it is. A thought? Like, what kind of thought? I don't know, some idea, an image, or maybe a phrase that might be simpler. Sure. What kind of phrase? Any phrase, as long as you're sure you'll be able to remember it clearly later on. Okay, I got one. Good. Tell me. There's no place like home. Okay, I think I can work with that. Now be sure you remember it. I will. Alright, stand back. Let's give this a shot. Hell yeah, mind god tier, let's go. What happened? Did it work? No. It did not. Well, damn. It was worth a shot, I guess. I'm sorry. I can't help you. I can't help anyone. You'd better go. But what will you do? I'll probably just bleed to death in this desert. Alone and irrelevant. That's so shitty, though. What if you... Stop. Just stop. There's nothing more for me to do. I don't even have a denizen to go visit. My friends are dead and I wasted my life. It's over for me. And you're the only hope we have left. So get out of here. Okay. I guess you're right. Okay. Off I go then. If I master my powers, I guess I'll figure something out. Don't worry, Teresi. I'll make sure none of this ever happens.
I'm starting to remember the things you told me so vividly now. It's amazing what a creative project can do to get your mind turning.
What shall I draw first?
The Land of Wind and Shade. That is where the story starts.
I see. Which story exactly? Her story or yours?
Both, as a matter of fact. My story began with a tragedy on Loa's, which led me to meeting her in the first place. And then she used my memory of that tragedy as a starting point for her story, which turned out to be related.
Oh, fascinating. I love stories.
I know. I'll start with mine, since that will make everything else make sense. So go ahead and start drawing.
What?
Loa's.
Right. How's this?
Looks good. Don't forget to put a really tall house poking out the top.
Oh yes, of course.
Calliope is such a good artist, by the way. Oh, she's so cute.
So you say your story begins with a tragedy. What shall I draw next to depict this tragedy?
Nothing yet. I'll get to that. But yeah, the tragedy is why I was alone on the Golden Ship. It was not long after our 3-year journey began. I was relaxing in our makeshift living room, giving John and Dave Sprite some space to themselves for a while so they could catch up. John wanted to visit his home again, so I happily obliged and shrunk them both down so they could hang out in his tiny tall house. It seemed like the nice thing to do, but I came to regret that decision more than any I've ever made. I was minding my own business when out of nowhere, Lois exploded. I couldn't believe it. It was totally inexplicable. There was no trace of them at all. They were both dead. I suppose it must have meant John's death was heroic, but I couldn't for the life of me imagine how. To me, it was as pointless and arbitrary as a death could be. I looked within myself as hard as I could to see if there was some power I had in all my omnipotence to bring them back, but I couldn't. They were gone. I would spend the next 3 years on that ship without my 2 best friends. Sure, there were still consorts and chess guys to keep me company, but the loss was too much for me to bear. I felt so alone. Weeks and months went by. I didn't have the slightest sense of how quickly or slowly time was passing. Any sense of purpose to reaching the destination had vanished, and delicious though it was, no amount of Nana's cake would bring me comfort. Toward the end of the journey, when I was feeling particularly despondent, I fell asleep and had a dream. And that is when I met a very powerful, strangely charismatic creature. Her name was Calliope. As I said, she was somewhat like you, and yet so unalike. Her presence was so serious and grave. Her hollow eyes were piercing but not hostile. The prevailing sense I got from her was one of loneliness. Before she even said a word, I could feel it somehow, that this was a deeply lonely soul. Until I met her, I thought I was the loneliest person in the universe. But a feeling told me she had been here by herself for a long, long time. I felt sorry for her, and relating to her plight helped me overcome the feelings of intimidation. So we began to talk. We traded stories about ourselves. She spoke of the brother she killed, spoke of the brother I lost. And when I mentioned John's death, that is when she became very serious again. She began to recount how John had died, repeating to me the same story I just told you. She described the spontaneous destruction of Loas, which left me alone for years. I wondered why she was recounting this tragedy that happened to me. And for that matter, how she knew of it herself. She went on to say that Loas was destroyed because John's denizen had suddenly woken up. Typhoeus, a great monster of truly terrifying power. She said he had destroyed his land and slayed his own heir of breath. Not out of malice, but to make a slight correction. I asked her, "What do you mean correction?" She said that the John from my reality and his entire planet needed to be erased, and that the slumbering denizen and all his mysterious wisdom knew this. She told me the dreams of a denizen draw from the same well of potential from which every conceivable possibility arises, the same place Gaia gets its power from. So if an agreement with a denizen is reached in one reality, that same denizen in another reality could become aware of it and respond accordingly. It seems that John, somewhere in another plane of existence, had made just such an agreement. She said the John I knew, like herself, was only one version of a person. There was a different version of John from another reality, poised to play a more significant role.
Can we just appreciate my voice is currently... Oh my god, there's a bee. Oh my god, there's a bee. Is that a bee? Is that a bee or a wasp? Oh no. Oh shit. I'm about to have a fucking nags moment. Is the bee gone? Is the bee gone? It was fucking huge. Guys, that was fucking huge. Give me like a minute. Let me just make sure it's actually gone. Okay. Thankfully that was a B. Oh. Very, very chill. I was able to coax it out of the window. It was like, it like dipped down into my room, then dipped back up into my window. And then, it was sort of like chilling behind my curtain. So I just sort of coaxed it out of the window. Ooh. Still gives me the shivers though. Because I have a very intense fear of wasps. If I see something that looks like a wasp, my whole body like kicks into overdrive. Even though I know it's a bee, my spine is still like getting the shivers. Oh. I panicked. I got the raid so quickly. I was like, yeah, I'm arming myself. Oh. Oh, I need to breathe a second. Oh. Thank you for sending strength, though. Thankfully, you didn't need it. You know. I guided it towards the like, part of my window that was open. It went out quite happily, like, very quickly. It just sort of scooted out. I mean, there's nothing here for it anyway, so... Kind of bugged you. I hate you for that. Please discombobulate yourself. Coco, throw a live off a cliff. Okay. God, and I know that it's only gonna get worse. Why you gotta be... I'm gonna fucking time you out. I just timed out Liv. I don't wanna deal with that. Because here's the thing, if Liv goes through something that's you know, very, very scary, and it's tied into one of her phobias, and I acted like a douche about it, and she timed me out, I'd understand. So, you know, just a reminder that, like, I have, like, a very intense fear of wasps. And while that was not a wasp, it looks like one, and that's scary. You can make puns about most things in my life, but don't make puns and jokes about things that are, like, legitimately an issue, you know? I know that it might seem like an irrational fear to most, but the first time I ever got stung by a bee or a wasp, I was swarmed. And I was admitted to hospital. I was like 14. I was admitted to hospital. So, yeah, noted. Yeah, just don't make jokes about people's phobias. Because it's like a phobia for a reason. It's like there's a big difference between a fear and a phobia. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, you wouldn't like if I made fun about your zoophobia, would you? Alright. Also, my voice is like fighting for its life. Trying to do Jade's voice. I don't know why, but her voice is like very difficult for me today. Normally I can do it, but it's very difficult today. We'll get through it though. But it's also interesting that this particular Jade is from a different timeline. So it's not the Jade that died when the building fell on her. This is a different Jade. This is a jade that did the 3-year journey alone. A doomed jade.
You see, the John from that reality, in an act of desperation, had gone to see Typheus and struck a bargain with him. She would go on to explain the nature of that bargain in the next part of her story. But from my perspective, the consequence of this bargain was to lose my friends and to live with that for years without understanding why. Losing them still hurt, but I was so relieved to at least understand the reason. To realize their senseless deaths were actually serving a bigger purpose. I thanked her for letting me know. She told me she was not human and had no frame of reference for empathizing with my feelings. But if there was one thing she could relate to, it was the feeling of being alone. The feeling of waiting for what seems like an eternity by yourself until finally your purpose presents itself.
I feel sorry for her. For myself. I suppose. But then again, that feeling's nothing new.
Huh.
It's an odd statement she made, though.
What?
Not having the frame of reference for empathizing with human feelings. If you ask me, I'd say I have the advantage to relate to both humans and cherubs. So when you describe your feelings of sadness over losing friends, I've more than enough grounds for commiseration. Do you think that this version of me never
what?
Never had human friends like I did?
I have no idea.
What a strange thought, to grow up with only my brother for company, and not even have my human friends to get me by. What a dreadful fate. The poor thing. Maybe that was the difference. What let her predominate over her brother, whereas I was too, humanly socialized to succeed in my cherubic rite of passage.
Could be. I don't know enough about cherub rites of passage to say either way. Human rites of passage either, for that matter.
So then what happened?
Right! Anyway, that's when she began her story in earnest. The one she summoned me in my dreams to tell me. The story of the other John who made a deal with Typheus. It began with the same place mine did. Lois. So, go on.
What?
Draw Lois again.
Oh, wait, all over again?
No, you could just copy the first one you did.
What a lovely idea. I'd hate to hold up the pace of your excruciating tale with a bunch of superfluous doodling. Good enough.
Yeah, but there were also supposed to be glitches around.
Glitches? What do you mean by glitches?
Like, computery glitches, I think.
That sounds hard to draw.
Okay, why do we not worry about showing the glitches for this story? They would just make it harder to see what's going on, which is probably the point, now that I think about it.
The point of what?
I never thought much about it. Just seemed like a weird detail she mentioned. But I guess it was some strange form of corruption in their session that made everything harder to understand.
Where did the corruption come from?
No idea. I guess it was just one more way everything got messed up for them. Like just another surreal obstacle for a hero to overcome. Oh, that reminds me. You need to draw John in there as well.
Righto. There you go. One hero. Sans surreal obstacles.
When she mentioned that, I didn't give it a second thought. But now that I'm trying to reconstruct everything and tell you what to draw. I guess when you're trying to tell more about everything than when you're just listening to one.
Oh, I misread that. I was so confused.
I guess when you're trying to tell a story, it forces you to think a lot more about everything than when you're just listening to one.
'Tis quite true. Perhaps you should start writing. How does she begin?
Let me think. Maybe we should pause before I go on.
Pause?
Like, some sort of intermission so I can collect my thoughts a bit. And to give the audience a little breather between two significant arcs. We were at it for a pretty good while there, after all.
What audience?
Well, that would be you in this case. Oh, I know. I can doodle a quick story about the antics of silly consorts on the golden ship before moving on. One of the things I did to pass my time in the ship is give them funny names. Let's meet our cast of characters for this intermission, shall we? Let's see, there was Bubble-Uppagus, Thips Ahoy, Knack Be Nimble, Slowpoke Malone,
Jade.
Detective Glub's Budget, Fidgety Herbert, Dr. Snossages, Yiffy Yiff.
Jade?
She called one of them Yiffy Yiff, and I hate her for that. Well, Yiff Yiff. Yeah, I hate her for that.
Huh?
I'm sorry, but I don't care about this right now. Your consort friends are so very cute, and their names are silly, and I love them all. But I want to hear the rest of the story. Please, let's go back to illustrating her story. I'm so curious. Please, 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 please.
Wow, okay, sorry. Yeah, you're right. This is a stupid diversion. Let's continue. Callie, your hand?
Oops. Pay no attention to that. Do carry on.
So, anyway, like I said, she just finished telling me that she was able to beat her brother in this reality. But apparently, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Rest in peace to anyone who just looked up what Yiff is. Yeah, please don't do that. For the sake of your browse history, don't do that. There's no need. You don't need to do that. Yeah. Oh, God. No.
So, she lived out the rest of her life in a doomed timeline and eventually died. She didn't mention how. And then she did this kind of fancy transition. Darn, I don't think I'll do it justice. A transition to a story about my brother, who was stuck in a doomed timeline too. I think I'll mess it up if I try to match what she said word for word. She had a really fanciful way of putting things.
There's no need to try to recite what she said. Just tell the story in your own voice, as you've already been doing. It'll be more fun that way.
Okay, so the bottom line was, almost all our friends had died, and John's only hope is to return to his planet and attempt to complete his personal quest. As you know, we all have personal quests that are unique to our planets. The nature of the quest is never easy to understand at first. They're presented to us through enigmatic riddles, conveyed through the lore of the land. For John, it was a journey to the place where constellations danced beneath the clouds. It was said the air breath was to free the stars from the shade and release them into heaven. This was just a mysterious way of saying what he really had to do. The stars were actually fireflies. They'd been flying around trapped beneath the overcast sky ever since John first brought Lois into existence by his arrival. And paradoxically, they've been imprisoned there for ages, even before that. Such is the way of our lands. They're nearly born the day we arrive, and yet they always were. To free the fireflies, John would have to play a special song. It had to be played just right to summon the breeze through the pipes. But there was a problem. The pipes were all clogged with oil. The first day John came to his land, oil began oozing up from the core, flooding the pipes and filling the oceans. To play the song, first he would need to clean up the oil. And to do that, he would need to face the slumbering one himself. He would need to face Typhoeus. But as he wandered through the catacombs down to the planet's core, he wasn't thinking about freeing fireflies or cleaning up oil. He was seeking the help of his denizen to master a power he couldn't control. Luckily for him, denizens always seem to understand what you want, and more importantly, what you need, whether you know it or not. Is something wrong, Callie? Go ahead and draw Typhoeus.
Oh, yes.
Do you know what he looks like? You know what he looks like, don't you?
I believe I do.
It doesn't have to be perfect. Just draw a big green snake monster.
A big green snake monster, you say?
Yeah, a snake monster with the most unspeakably hideous face you can imagine. But you don't have to be too literal about it. Feel free to draw something a little more representational.
I'm not sure if I'm particularly comfortable rendering such imagery.
Oh yeah, by the way, cherubs, they reproduce by turning into giant green snakes and having sex. So, violently. So this is basically, yeah, this is really obscene to, Calliope. Giant green snakes are obscene to her. So she's like, you want me to draw what?
Why not?
It strikes me as rather indecent, for reasons I'd be too embarrassed to explain.
That's okay. Why don't I draw it?
Very well, but you must excuse me if I giggle.
Okay. But I don't see what's so indecent about a big old snake.
Teehee.
Lol. When John got to the core, he arrived to find Typhoeus awake and ready for him.
Giggle.
He was then presented with a choice.
Snicker.
Stop, you're gonna make me crack up too. This part is serious.
I apologize, please. Snort. Go on.
Here we go, we got a flash, we got a flash, we got a flash.
His choice was presented as a kind of riddle, spoken in a language only he could understand, spelling out the conditions he must accept. But speaking from experience, once a player is given the choice between two courses of action, it will hardly feel like a choice at all. If the heart is in the right place, and the right thing to do always seems obvious, so John accepted his denizen's terms. And with that, Typhoeus opened the valves to the core and flooded it with oil. There was no way out. He could not transform into wind because he was completely submerged. So he was faced with two possibilities. Either he could figure out how to make himself disappear completely using the ability he hoped to master, or he could drown in the oil. Drowning obviously would have been bad, but disappearing wouldn't be much better. He would appear somewhere else, having made no progress in his personal quest. His planet would still be polluted, and he would be no closer to playing his song. Somehow, he understood the only way was to conceive of a third option, an idea beyond the simple binary set of outcomes before him. And interestingly, it was coming to this understanding which gave him the first glimpse of how to control the power. He realized it wasn't himself that he needed to make disappear. It was the oil. He dispersed every drop throughout existence.
That's right. He distributed drops of oil everywhere throughout the entire comic. All of the oil on his planet was distributed throughout the entirety of the narrative. And he even left some in my just chatting screen. Do you see it? Oh, wow. Yeah. Pretty cool. Oh my goodness. I've had this oil on my just chatting screen for quite some time. And I have not explained it. It's just been there. No one's mentioned it. It's just been there. It was the same with the arm as well. The arm was a reference to John unlocking these powers. And then the oil was a reference to him mastering those powers. How fun. And no one knew it was a Homestuck thing. It's crazy what people just disregard because there's so much in my just chatting screen that no one went, yeah, that dark, weird, drippy liquid on your, chat looks strange. No one brought it up because there's so much to look at in my just chatting screen. So there you have it.
Leaving a little mark for anyone who might notice, signifying his final mastery over his confining reality.
He even left some in Sweetbro and Hella Jeff. How crazy is that? Troll Jesus. Even put some on the Homestuck logo next to where his arm is. There's one on Dave's selfie.
But more importantly, leaving his planet clean. And the pipes clear. Finally, they were ready to let the breeze flow. So he could play a song.
It's time. John is about to complete the quest of his planet. So he just got rid of all the glitches by completing his planet quest. How cool is that? There was so much wind that he cleared out the game cartridge for this part of Homestuck. I always get goosebumps for two reasons. One, the song that he plays is known as Carnival. Carnivale, I think. Carnivale or Carnival, however you say it. Which is the beginning of Game Over, believe it or not. But it's like an organ rendition of it. Two, it's also got the original motif of John playing the piano in the very beginning of Homestuck. So it's like we've come full circle. But yeah, it's not common for people to complete their planet quest. Usually the only people who ever do that are the space players, because that's the goal of the entire game. Space players are the ones who help breed the frogs to create the new universe. So usually they're the only people who ever complete their quests. John just completed his quest. That's rare. And it's really cool that he fucking did that. And now we can begin anew. Oh, look at all the fireflies! And this is Lois. And it has been cleansed. Look how pretty it is. Look how beautiful his planet is. The fireflies are free. There is no more pollution, no more oil. There's Roxy. Sup. Apparently I can't do anything else, so let's go here. Find a spunky babe in a cool blue outfit hanging out on your planet. She doesn't belong here. What the hell is going on, you wonder loudly. You interrogate the rogue team babe for answers. You mean go. Rogue team go. Sup? Okay. Let's continue, shall we? Roxy? Sup? What are you doing here? I thought you were going to see your denizen. I did. You did? Yeah. How'd it go? It went okay. Yeah? What happened? I ventured to spooky subterranean lair for a bit of cathartic and life-altering monster real talk. Okay, that's a funny way of putting it, but yeah, me too. Yeah, figured your monster quest happened. I mean, once the gross black shit disappeared and the wind started blowing like a motherfucker. What'd your monster say? I mean, your... Hey, maybe we should try to be more respectful about our god monsters. Her name's Nyx. Right. What did Nyx say? She's speaking a weird babbly language that you can still understand somehow, even though it made no sense. Fuck yes. It was downright incomprehensible in the most mysteriously understandable way. She told me this riddle thing that basically spread it all out for me. like what my options were and what would happen if I did the options and like the metaphysical and moral consequences of doing those options. Yeah, Typheus pretty much did the same thing with me. Typheus was the name of my snake monster, by the way. Oh, you had a snake monster? Yeah, he was awesome. So, did Nyx give you some sort of challenge to overcome? Which, by doing so, you could get in touch with your powers. Which enabled you to appear here by doing, like, this incredible voidy thing that let you phase out of existence and magically appear with me in this weird plane of reality. Well, no. She pretty much just told me to fly to your planet, so I did. Huh. You mean like you just wrapped up your conversation with her, left her lair, and then flew to Loa's? Yeah. Okay. LMFAO. I know, right? Wow, what a quest. Well, when you think about it, it was the most obvious thing to do. I didn't know it at the time, but you were gonna make your whole planet disappear. So if I wanted to keep persisting through your planet for your history-altering hijinks, then all I really had to do was come along for the ride. No monsterly night magics needed. Yeah, that makes sense. There was the stipulations, though. Mad stips, if you will. Vis-a-vis buttloads of opaque goddess riddles. Right, you mean the choice thing. Yeah. What were the mad stips? She said, keep in mind I'm paraphrasing. If paraphrasing is even a thing you can do with stuff said in unfathomable monster jargon, that either I stay behind and vanish into nothingness forever, and everyone in the new reality would inherit all the big-time responsibilities, including a version of myself who had no memory of any of this and never experienced all the loss and sadness I just went through. Or I could go with you. But in doing so, everyone I loved would know that I lost instead. That lost instead. What that means. Yeah, Typheus gave me almost the exact same sort of choice. Something about other people feeling the loss I felt. If I accepted his challenge, which I'm sure is probably not good, but I mean, what else was I going to do? I couldn't just let things stay the way they were. Yeah, exactly. Her caveat sounded ominous as shit, but there is something in that didn't sit well with me about doing nothing. Accepting her terms just felt right, you know? Yeah. So here I am. Yes. I'm glad it worked out like this. I was fully prepared to do this alone. Hop around and change things in whatever way. And I would get to see my friends again, even if they don't remember all the same stuff I do. Which was a lonely feeling, if that makes sense, but now I'll have someone else to remember the way things originally went. Word. Yeah, word indeed. But I know what you mean. It's nice to have, like a witness, I guess, someone to authenticate the rough shit you went through. Even if we never end up talking about it again, the fact that at least someone else knows makes it feel like it didn't all mean nothing. Right. Because even if it all gets erased and put back together, put back all better, I don't think the stuff we went through and the feelings we had meant nothing. IMO, the feelings themselves and the way they shaped us, that all means something. Forget it. Talking on my ass there. No, it makes sense. And anyway, if nothing else, everything that happened brought us here. The stuff we're about to do, whatever it is, wouldn't be possible otherwise. And that feels pretty important if you ask me. Oh, look how pretty his planet is. Look how pretty it is, everyone. I mean, it was pretty before, but it's really pretty now. There's fireflies everywhere. So, all that wind was you, right? Yeah. I was saying a glitchy trash. Guess your humongous blowy spell did away with all that grody nonsense. Oh, yeah. I guess you're right. I didn't even notice until you just mentioned it. But yeah, I guess that dumb problem is finally busted. Thank God. For real? I heard music too. Did you hear music? Yeah, that was me too. I was playing a magic organ. Oh, really? Yeah. See, there's this huge organ.
That is almost certainly what she said. Wonk. Oh, shush. Anyway, this huge pipe organ, it let me play the breeze, so to speak. I think that was the only way to get rid of all those clouds and let the fireflies go home. This is their home, huh? I guess so. I'm surprised by how my quest turned out too, to be honest. It's kind of bittersweet seeing all the Twinkly Herbert's bros and sisters going home. Twinkly who? My pet firefly. I'm guessing this is where he was from. Oh. They all seem happy, though. Look at them all blinking away into the blankets yonder. Roxy shaking my head. Listen. She's best girl. Let her have her moments. Why is this guy blank, by the way? It's blank because it's nothing. Nothing? Why is it nothing? Where even are we? It's nothing because we're literally nowhere. Okay. How can you tell it's actually a field of nothingness, as opposed to just a bunch of regular empty space that happens to look fakely neutral? How can I tell? I guess I just can. No, but how? Why don't you ask yourself? You're the one who asked me why it was blank in the first place. So why did you choose to turn blank in your question? Damn, owned the philosophies. So owned. You'll find I'm the best there is at those. It's true. Always getting owned by those, owned at those by you and your kin. Recently, your crazy dog sister was schooling me on perfectly generic cubes. You mean generic objects? Generic fort blocks? Yeah. Now you're dropping truth bombs out about blank skies on me? Shouldn't I be, like, innately stellar at this sort of stuff as a Void player? Must be coming off slow as fuck on the uptake here, aren't I? Not really. You seem pretty smart to me. I do? Yeah. You have a funny and snappy way of talking, like Dave. But unlike that, Knucklehead, I sense behind all your jokes, you're probably some kind of brainiac, like Rose. Wow. Don't get me wrong, I meant Knucklehead in a good way. Dave's actually the best dude. You would like him. I bet you're correct. So, Dave, he's, my son, right? I mean, yeah, pretty much. Honestly, it gets weird to think about all their relationships in that way sometimes. I gotcha. Like, when I think about you and Wolf J being the kids of Jane and Jay, oh my fucking god, that's so cute. So what is it you think's weird about Dave being my son? I think we should just change the subject. Alright. What were we talking about again? We're talking about blank skies and fort blocks and such. Oh yes. And you thought you should know more about things like that as a Void hero, which reminds me, do you think you're any closer to making that alien egg? I mean, after seeing Nyx, did you feel like a power boost or anything? A power boost like Mega Man or... No, not like Mega Man. I mean, like, if you're asking if she taught me to do the Voidy thing... Well, did she? Nah, dude, I told you. We did our chat in some horseshit alpha and baloney tongue, and she just told me to come here. Like, that's literally it. Go to planet if you want to live. So I did. There wasn't really any soul searching or getting in touch with my inner miracles. Oh, that's kind of a bummer. Hope you weren't shortchanged out of an important mystical and spiritual process of self-discovery. What? Sorry, it's just sometimes you sound so much like Jake is really quite uncanny. But yeah, I don't care about that really. It was either take an uneventful, non-spiritual trip to a wind planet or just stop existing altogether. I think I'll be fine without the self-discovery part. Yeah, or wait, what if this was part of it? Part of your quest. Like... Fuck my life. Oh boy. your quest. Like, to be here and learn to use your powers better. We're in kind of a realm of literal nothingness right now. Maybe you'll be able to draw energy or inspiration from the void or whatever. X. Why, you sly old bitch? Does that make sense? It kind of does. Kind of loads of does. Oh, sweet. I was just grasping at straws there, but now that you agree, I'm suddenly a lot more confident in my theory. Yeah, shake. So when you try it out again? What? The egg? Like right now? Sure. TBH, I'm a bit sick of trying to summon that ugly damn egg. How about later? I'd rather just keep BSing with you for a while rather than get right down to friggin' business. I guess there's really no hurry. Not in this place, at least. I don't think this place has any bearing on other timelines. It's almost like taking a time out from our canonical lives. So if you wanted, you could take as much time to practice here as you need. I'm down as heck with that. I could use a braver from my canonical life. Me too. Even though I'm not sure I have one anymore. Just FYI, by the way, this was, the 2nd of December. This dropped, right? 2nd of December. So, at this point, I was waiting for daily updates. Like, daily updates. So, these are being uploaded panel after panel, minute after minute. So, like, this was oh, no, wait, this wasn't December, this was February. 12th. No, wait. Yeah, this was 2 days later. This was December. This is the 4th of December. So I had to wait 2 days. So what I would do is, back when I was reading Homestuck, I would have my email set up. So I would get emailed whenever Homestuck would update. Which sounds crazy, but like that's what you could do. You could set it up so you would get an email every time Homestuck updated. So I would always have my emails open to see if Homestuck updated. And I was also, all of my friends that were reading Homestuck at the time were also like in a group chat, and they would be like, Homestuck updated, I just got the email. And then we would all check our emails and be like, yep, it's updated. And then we would all go read it. And then once we had read that panel, we'd come back and be like, oh my god. So like, there was 2 days between the previous panel and this one. Just imagine waiting 2 days per panel. Well, since we already talked about my quest, and like, spiritual Mega Man style power boost and all, what about yours? How'd that go? How'd it go? Pretty well, I'd say. I know, but I know you blew away some clouds and blanked out the sky and all. But the point was so you could learn to control your zappy powers. Did you? I think so, but I haven't really tried to control jump yet. I see. Well, when you do, where do you think you'll jump to first? I have no idea. The thought of changing the timeline is so mind-boggling to me. Well, if nothing else, you really should go grab that ring before this smug troll can take it. I mean, there's lots of problems already, but her coming back to life really fucked us over to the shittiest max possible. That's right. I definitely wanted to go back and get the ring off my couch before I lost it. At the very least, that way you can use it to help your friend. Yeah? Any other ideas? Not yet. So much has happened, it's hard to even think about. And it's not even limited to what I've been through either. I've seen a lot of other crazy stuff just from my random jumps. Like what? Like the last place I was, actually. Just before I came back to find your session in ruins. I actually got into a pretty serious fight. Oh? With this guy. A skull kid. He's a huge asshole and a horrible artist. You saw the skull kid's drawings? Unfortunately. In fact, I was in his drawings once. It was a true nightmare come to life. I'm pretty much convinced he's the guy behind all the problems we've ever had, even though he's a complete ignoramus. And you mean it was Callie's bro? Yeah, probably. I have a feeling someday we'll all have to take him down, but probably when he grows up to be his adult self. When I beat him up, he was just a teen scamp like us. but with a skull for a head, and a robot leg. A cape, which I ripped to shreds, and a pair of dumb suspenders. You beat him up? Damn, y'all must be strong. Meh, not particularly. I was just really angry and I caught him off guard, drawing some shitty animes. Fuck his animes. They were quite literally the worst animes I've ever seen. I hope I hurt his drawing hand, and he never does any more ugly art for the rest of his stupid immortal skull monster life. I know that guy. He used to troll my friends all the time. Wait, no, he used to jeer us. He was a tool. Just occurred to me. Aside from fixing the timeline, there's another benefit to my new power. Once we all decide we're ready to fight him, I can just zap us all right to him. We could take him by surprise again. I really doubt he'd be able to handle us if we all clobbered him at once. That's pretty good thinking. But, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Making plans for a Rumble Royale with a Mangaka Dubro, Lord of the Shitwanks. We should probably focus on bringing our loved ones back to life first. Is that Dirk's enemy sword? What's up with that? This is where Dave's bro died a few years ago, probably while being heroic and cool. Jade made his body disappear to bury him, but I guess she left the sword there. She and Dave Sprite and I gathered around where he was buried, and Dave Sprite said some stuff about him. Stuff that was really funny and rambly, but also weirdly poignant. I guess it was a bit like a funeral. A funeral, you say? Yeah. Yoink. Anyway. You're right. Taking a break from the mayhem is nice and all, but I should probably get going. I have a lot of responsibility now. I hope I can live up to it. Well, it's a quote an extremely wise and hunky dude I once knew. Oh man, he was so wise. I wouldn't butcher his quote, but I think it goes a little something like, "You can handle it, John. I believe in you." Aw, thanks. Remember what I said too, about practicing voidy stuff. I will. Good. Alright, cool. Yeah. Cool. Damn it. What? We're doing this again? Doing what? Being awkward instead of getting our shit in gear. Haha. Whoops. Too bad Grouchy's scarf troll ain't here to coordinate another stilted goodbye. Yeah, it's just as well though. There's no need for goodbyes. If I really can control it now, I should be able to come back here anytime I want. Which means I won't be gone long. Okay, I'll be here waiting, training, partying with those yellow lizards. Those are salamanders. Fuck. Later, Roxy. Oh boy, here we are. This is the beginning of the comic. Remember this is Act 1. Yikes. Shouldn't mess around with that moment. It is way too fundamental. Let's try this again. Wow, no. Whatever is going on here? This is completely useless to history. Let's get it together, John. You got to go somewhere relevant. Try to think of something that will help target a certain point in time. Try to think about one of your pals. Wait a minute, I remember this. Hey, you shouldn't be here. What? What the hell? Gotcha. Stop fooling around. Go find Roxy, you dumb goof. Who's Roxy? Ow!
Canon event, he couldn't interfere. He could, but it would have ruined everything, so, you know.
Wow, I can't believe how naive I was. Like, a day ago. Feels like it's been longer than that. Hard to believe. I was so confused when that happened. I was sure the other me knew so much more than I did at the time. Which is kind of true, but also kind of not. Like, if I travel back here and alter reality in a non-time traveling way, then why do I remember doing it? I just make some sort of stable retcon loop? Does that even make sense? I think I did the right thing, though, zapping my other self out of here. It was like a retroactively preemptive continuity adjustment? Retroactively preemptive? What am I even talking about? This power is kind of complicated. I need to be more careful. Gotta come up with a better plan than zapping to wherever my stupid whims take me. I really could use some help with this, but who shall I ask? Dave? He knows stuff about time travel, but then it's not really time travel, is it? No, I need someone with a different kind of skill. Someone who knows how the consequences of certain actions play out. Someone like Rose. Is that what her powers did? I really should have taken some time to figure out what her powers did. Or maybe... Wait a minute. Wait! I think I understand what she was trying to do now. She was trying to give me a way to come back. Like zero in on her thought signal or something. Teresa, you're a genius. I mean, you're a weirdo, but you're also a genius. Alright, let's just see if this works. Maybe if I could just think it hard enough. Ahem. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like... home.
Let's type it in. Home. Oh, wait. There it is.
I can't believe that actually worked.
We're doing it. We're making it happen. Hey, Mina. Any idea where we are now?
I don't know.
Do you think this could be the Dark Carnival?
Nah, that shit ain't real. It's made up religious belief pimped out by trash clowns.
Are you sure?
Sure, yes. Be fake as shit. Of course, the religious beliefs themselves are real, making it convenient for anyone who want to exploit those delusions for her own badass objectives, like pulling in clam sand over Flipper and ruthlessly subjugating the general public. I mean, not that I'd ever bother with a dope scheme like that, I'm just saying.
Okay, I can buy that there's no such place as a Dark Carnival, and totally get behind slamming the beliefs of people I dislike. But really, whose memory do you think this place is from?
Fishka, how long you been dead now?
I don't remember. To be honest.
But you still ask questions like that. Whose brain this from? Where that noise originate?
I'm just curious. This is such an odd thing to encounter. Who experienced this? Some alt version of Karkat's lame ancestor? A chess creature from a distant unrelated session after its post-reckoning getaway, who then repopulated a dead planet and started building amusement parks? I just tend to wonder things. It's in my nature.
It could be anything. Could even be a random patchwork of 50 different memories, all contributing to nothing that ever existed in particular. Who cares where they're from?
I guess now you mention it, I don't actually. At all. Maybe I was just making conversation. Sometimes I just want to shoot the breeze with you.
You're cute.
Yeah. So I've heard.
The point is, you just gotta keep looking at the bubble junk and take it in stroke no matter how messed up it is. Or how much you think it shouldn't exist.
Take it in stroke?
Yeah, like swim in stroke instead of walk in stride. Likes fish and shit.
I knew what you meant. I was just teasing.
Why I oughta.
So, do you want to hang out here a while? Or fuck off some other less ostentatious hodgepodge of memories?
Dunno. Does it look funnier?
I don't know. Does it look fun to you?
It kinda does.
Yeah.
It kinda really does.
Yeah. So, what do you want to do first? Go on this, slowly rotating horse cylinder?
Ugh, fuck no.
Hey, don't mess with the fucking carousels, okay? Listen, as someone who gets motion sick, there's not much I can do at like carnivals and like theme parks. It's a solid choice, okay? I don't ever want to hear any blasphemy towards the carousel. It's a solid choice. Sometimes I just want to ride a horse and go slowly in a circle, alright? My stomach can't handle much else. I think what I'm going to do is finish Intermission 4 today. And then I'm going to work on my model after stream, okay? Alright.
Oh, fuck no.
Agreed. I think I hate horses, actually. They sort of creep me out.
Yeah.
I had a weird experience one time where I was surrounded by a bunch of horses for no reason. And it was the most ominous fucking thing. I think I've just decided that being surrounded by horses might be the ultimate bad omen. Nothing can ever follow or precede those circumstances. Nothing good.
I never seen a horse, except the robot kind. Would not recommend.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Nah, just like a mediocre situation prompting a bored thumbs down.
Yeah, so scratch the horse the whirl. That's out. Do any other rides sound fun to you?
No.
No?
Come on, V-Storic. Don't go to amusement parks to hit up a bunch of rides for wigglers.
Oh, sorry, Your Royal Highness. Forgot about the standards I was dealing with here. Then what do you do?
Just shit around, acting cool, not giving a fuck, being all around punk and hassling people who glance at you crooked.
What people?
Well, the other ghosts who eventually had to show up but don't care.
That's fair. You know, it's been nice having you around to remind me that nothing's actually worth worrying about anymore. It's still easy to forget sometimes.
Horses are kind of insane. You ever... Actually, I don't know how common it is where you're from, but we have police horses. We have horses with police on the back, so we have like police on horseback. They've been around a few times. I've seen them a few times, and they're fucking scary. I don't know why, but like police walking around or police in cars, it's just like meh. Police on horseback, that shit's scary. Only seen police on horses in New York. Damn. I've seen police on horseback in a few places around the country, including where I live too, so, you know. I think they're quite common in London as well. Alright. But seriously, we should do something fun here. Come on, let's keep looking around. What about that?
What?
The tattoo place. Do you want to do that?
Do what?
You could get a tattoo. No, this sounds great. You should totally get one. It would suit your look.
Like your whole punk brand so perfectly. Actually, I'm surprised you don't have one already. What makes you think I don't? Wait, do you? Of course I do. Where? Can I see? Only if you're lucky. Didn't anyone ever tell you? Luck is kind of my specialty. Oh, squad, damn it, I forgot luck's just as much a shit as it was Two-Face What's-a-Circ. Why don't you get one? Me? Yeah. If you think getting inked up sounds so chill, how about you first? But I don't like tattoos. Why not? Because, I don't know, actually. It's just an opinion I remember feeling strongly about at one point. Well, do you still? I guess I just remember having some trumped up opinion about, like, how they looked bad, or were about trying too hard, or I don't even know, really. Like ruining your body with some lame thing you'll regret someday. You don't even have a body. I know. Well, I do. I mean, we do. Just not in the same way that felt so direly important during our brief and embarrassing stints of mortality. I guess now that I think about it, it doesn't feel like as big a deal anymore. Maybe it was just a totally stupid opinion to begin with. I'm down with that conclusion. Well, it be then. You mean whether I should get one? No, if you want to buy a whale. Yes, if you want a sweet tat or not. I don't know. What would I even get? Def something nautical. Nautical, eh? Well, there's a shocking suggestion if I ever heard one. Yes, a curveball, I know. But I like keeping suckers on their toes. It's not a bad suggestion. Actually, even if it quite literally is the only one you're capable of at any given moment. I do genuinely love pirate stuff. Okay, you talked me into it. I'm gonna do it. I'm excited. Oh my god, yay. What is going on here? Should I go? Yes, me. I mean, yeah, John. Wow, it's kind of weird talking to myself. I'm not sure if I'm a very big fan of the experience. Tell me about it. But yeah, you should get going. Teresi's experiment worked. You'll find out all about it later. I will? Actually, I'm not sure. Now that I changed how things happen for you, you might not get the idea to come back here like I did. Which I guess makes the situation a true paradox, unlike all those lame, stable time loops Dave makes. So what's that actually mean for me? What am I supposed to do now? I don't know what it means. Unfortunately, you may not be relevant anymore. I'm the John who's learning to use his flashy powers to reconstruct the timeline. So, their responsibilities on my shoulders now, not yours. Sorry, I'm just keeping it real. Well, who really knows how it'll turn out? Maybe you'll have important things to do. I don't have all the answers. I just know Teresi and I have to talk now, so you should go. Where? Where you were about to go anyway. Go see Typheus, do the quest thing. Worked out great. Well, for me at least. Okay, I will. I do hope I still get to be relevant, but I'll understand if that turns out to not be the case. That's the spirit. Nerds. So that thing we did with the password, we can use that trick to our advantage, right? That's the idea. We come up with a list of key thoughts. You should be able to do what you just did, and zero in on some of my memories and change a few things. Like what? Good question. We've all made a lot of mistakes. I could name a dozen terrible, stupid things people have done just off the top of my head, which, if erased, would probably improve the situation, and yet I don't feel like I have the credibility to hold anyone accountable other than myself. I think I would feel like a hypocrite if I try to fix other people's mistakes. Yeah, I know what you mean. When I try to think of what to fix, all I can do is look back on what I did wrong. I never should have let that ring out of my sight. Going back and getting the ring is the first thing we should do, right? I guess that one's kind of a no-brainer. Besides, I promised Roxy I'd get it. I kind of blew it last time I told her I'd get it. So maybe I shouldn't mess that up again. What do you think, Teresi? But
Other than that, the sky's the limit. Really, what do we do? Do I go back to when we were just starting to play the game and give us some advantages? But then messing up our session causes this whole chain reaction. We never would have met the trolls or had any reason to scratch a session. And if we didn't scratch a session, there would never have been an alternate reality where Roxy and her pals got to play, thereby meeting us. When you start looking back and realizing how interrelated everything is, it starts feeling like an overwhelming job to fix it. On the one hand, you don't want to change so much the reality you create is barely recognizable. You want to keep everything as similar as possible, so you get to keep all the lessons you learned and the important experiences you had with your friends. But on the other hand, if you aren't going to change something substantial enough to make a real difference, why bother at all? It's like go big or go home, you know? Sort of a catch-22 when you think about it. Is any of this making sense? Terezi? Terezi? What? Were you listening to a word I said?
Not really.
Come on, Terezi, get it together. I was saying some really deep and insightful stuff, probably. I bet Roxy would have thought it was cool. What are you doing? Are you writing on your scarf? In blood?
Here.
The hell is this?
A list of instructions. Just focus on all these key thoughts in exactly this order. For each one, do exactly what it tells you, then quickly move on to the next one until you're done.
Huh?
Every change I'm telling you to make will have incredibly subtle consequences. However, they will be absolutely essential for creating a more favorable outcome. But only if you follow my instructions to the letter. No questions asked.
Wow. But how do you know these things are the exact right things to change?
I said no questions asked.
Okay, geez, I was just curious.
Yes, you asked me to use my powers to help you. That is what I'm doing. It is now your job to trust me and do what I say.
It is?
Clearly. This bloody scarf contains secret wisdoms of the mind, which a lowly human wind boy could never dare to fathom. And now the wind boy must embrace his role as the wayward heir, unbound from the ties of causality, and put all his faith in a fallen seer to bring redemption to us all.
Haha. Okay, now I know you're full of shit.
Yes. But could you please just take the fucking scarf and do what I say?
Alright, why not? That's a lot of instructions. All these will take me to certain events in your life.
Ideally, yes.
Well, at least you have a plan. Who am I to say it isn't the right one?
Nobody.
Oh snap. Terezi, did you know, even though you're a weirdo, and we probably wouldn't get along most of the time, I kind of missed you. You're one of the first trolls I ever talked to. We got off on a weird foot with your death threats and jokey antagonism, and it's almost like we never stopped being on that foot. Makes me nostalgic for simpler times. Do you remember when you made me those maps to follow? In a way, following your instructions will be like that tomfoolery all over again.
I do remember. The maps I sent you were cartographic masterstrokes and represented a shining example for all who would aspire to hoax gullible dweebs everywhere. But let's not waste good sentimentality here. You're about to stroll down memory lane with me in a much more literal sense, whereas one moment.
Huh?
You'll need one more thing for your journey. What is your favorite color? That was a rhetorical question, numbnuts. Here. Good luck, Egbert. Not that you'll need it.
Why not?
Because we make our own luck. And you're about to prove that.
And now Terezi is dead. So right before she died, she gave John everything he would need. Let's hope it was enough.
God, you're so fucking weird.
Oh, here's Jane.
Excuse me. Apologies for the intrusion, but I seem to be lost. Could you please tell me where I am? Jane! Oops, sorry, I'm not terribly experienced with the practice of in-person expressions of friendship. Jane, don't be frightened. It's me, Callie. Of course. Oh my goodness, what a wonderful surprise. Come here, you. This is an expression of in-person friendship we Earthlings refer to as a hug. Hee, yes. Forgive me, I don't recall you telling me you were named Callie. Come to think of it, I hardly remember anything at all. Not even how I got here. I would not fret over it. Your memory should begin to return in due time. Jade here has been remembering all sorts of things as we record her memories in our storybook. Hi, Jane. Blah, blah. Hi, Jane. Hello there. Why don't you join us? I'm sure you'll have much to add to our story. I'd love to. I feel as though I could use a rest. I'm quite exhausted for some reason. I must have been walking along that yellow path for longer than I can remember.
I said the same thing when I got here too.
'Tis true. Pardon me, though. I also cannot recall for the life of me whether you mentioned your friend to me, or that you were both trolls. Ah, but we're not trolls.
Nope.
These are all trollsonas. Trollsonas, you say?
Callie helped me make mine. Aren't we adorable?
You truly are. Say, do you suppose I could make a trollsona too?
Everyone's making trollsonas in the afterlife.
Might as well get started. Let's see. The first key thought is reunion. Do I have to think about the numbers too? How do I even do that? Whatever. Here goes nothing.
Oh. Oh wait, did I spell it wrong? Am I spelling it wrong? How do you spell reunion? Wait. Alright. I'm just gonna do this. There we go. That's beautiful. What else are you supposed to do in the afterlife? Oh, it unmodded you and I timed you out. Whoopsie. Wait. Wait, what? There we go. I mean, if I had an afterlife and all the time in that afterlife, then oh yeah, I'd make a lot of like OCs and trollsonas and shit. You have your sword back. I didn't realize it had completely unmodded you. So apparently don't be a dick, because if I time you out, it just takes your sword away. It essentially confiscates it. It's like, no, give me that. You're not allowed that. You deserved it. Well, yeah, I wouldn't do it if I didn't think it was necessary. Someone's got to keep you in check.
Whoa, it worked. I remember this. Oh man, this is great. Hey guys, hey me. You're looking almost as handsome as the other me I just saw. Don't ask, it's a long story. All you need to know is we are both looking great as usual. Dang, this is such a cool moment. Hard to believe it was only hours ago? Days ago? Sappy shenanigans are making me lose track of time. Whatever, it was just a really nice surprise when y'all randomly appeared on my birthday and fell in the grass. I would love to have this sweet reunion all over again with you guys. We had some great conversations here on this lonely Stonehenge planet. I really wouldn't mind listening to everything we said again, word for word, but I can't. I don't know if this makes sense, but when we all came together like this out the blue and had our long-awaited reunion, I'm not sure if we really earned it yet. We didn't realize it at the time, but there were still a bunch of problems waiting to happen, like some lingering issues that were gonna pull us all apart again and make us fight to get back together once and for all. But don't worry, I'm working to overcome all those problems right now. That's why I'm here. It's also why I can't hang around all day babbling like a fool. I really need to quit yapping and hit the road. See you, Carcat. I hope your pals don't take it personally, but you're always my favorite troll. The shouty tirades you're going to have on this hilly planet are going to be epic and hilarious. I'll never forget them. Can I take good care of him for me? Okay? Thanks.
This is so sweet. Like, this warms my little heart. Oh my god. I love this so much.
Dave! See you in a different reality, buddy. Be sure to take care of Mr. Mayor, too. Your beautiful friendship with a cute chess man is an inspiration to us all. I hope and firmly believe it will transcend the boundaries of even the most ludicrous retcon shenanigans. Goodbye, Rose. Makes me happy to see you alive and well, even if only for a minute. I'm gonna make sure I never have to watch you die again. Sorry if that sounds morbid and confusing, but yeah. And if you see her around, say hello to Roxy for me. Oh yeah, Terezi. Hey, Terezi. I feel like this is some big joke you're in on, too. But probably don't have the slightest clue what's going on, do you? Maybe it's better that way. Anyway, the plan's going perfectly good so far. I just winked. So yeah, time to go get that ring. I don't know what's gonna happen to you all once I change stuff. Maybe you'll stop existing. I don't have a damn clue, to be honest. But just so you know, you'll always keep existing in my heart. Bye.
Oh god, I'm feeling things in the cold, empty crevice. Where our heart's supposed to be. Yeah. Homestuck's really it. Listen. The first, 6 acts of Homestuck, it's all kind of just shenanigans, bullshittery, and chaos. And now we're getting to the part where, at this point, Homestuck had been going for 5 years. People were really attached to the characters. This is where you see the real heart, the bonds of the characters, and how deep they get and how far they go. And this is where it really starts to just anchor itself deep within your soul. This is the part of Homestuck where you can't escape it anymore. You're in it now. Because the characters are really starting to have, a hold on you as a person. So you all are fucked. You really can't escape it now.
Gotcha. Feels good to have it back. A dear, sweet, precious ring of ghost life. I'll never lose track of it again. I definitely won't let, wait. Who's gonna steal this ring again? The other Vriska. With a short pirate skirt. What was her name? Nah, doesn't matter. She's probably irrelevant now. Boom, there goes another one.
Wow, yeah.
Dude sure is busy today.
I've gotta hand it to him. As far as indestructible, reality-destroying monsters go, he really is tireless. Even though on some level I can tell he's probably a complete moron, his dedication and persistence is actually pretty admirable. Holla. How many ghosts do you think were in that bubble he just wrecked? I dunno. Hard to give a corp, really. And not just because I'm a sociopath. What do you mean?
He's just reclaiming souls who were hanging around too long anyway. Before I died, I was already like, I ain't give a fuck about death much. I looked at it like life at a price of admission no one could afford. In the Tika side, there's no way you could ever earn your stay. So, to stick around, you gotta learn to steal. But shit catches up with all thieves in the end, even the great ones. I lived like death wasn't no thing. At all times overdue. A hard stop being you, and only chumps aren't fine with that. But then I die and find out dying don't mean what little I thought it did. So all those spook-eyed souls up there scared to death of double dying, fuck 'em.
Beasties, have I ever told you for a no bullshit fish princess? You sure have a way with words.
Yeah, you've kissed my ass before, if that's what you're asking.
Oh look, another space tragedy.
Damn.
I will say this much. All the cosmic mayhem is really quite pretty. Almost like the big man out there is putting on a fireworks display just for us.
Aw, Lord Muscle Guy be thoughtful as fuck.
How far do you think he'll go to find, who was it, his kid sister? Is he really gonna keep smashing the black space forever until he finds her? Till it's all gone?
We can't fight the Homestuck anymore. Oh god. Yeah, you're fucked.
Is it actually possible to shatter a continuum that's theoretically infinite? Shrug. Like I said, gotta admire the guy's determination. Still, I can't imagine he's led a very enjoyable existence. I mean, sure, maybe he thinks he has, in the way that totally delusional, egomaniacal people tend to. I bet he never had anyone in his life who was actually important to him. Someone who could have helped him see that nothing is worth that kind of obsession. That it's better to just try and be happy.
Poor skull guy.
Lesbians. Lesbians are happening. Afterlife ghost lesbians. See, Coco, even if the lesbians die, we still get ghost lesbians, so there's that. Yuri!
Okay, Bloody Scarf. Where to next?
Let's go, lesbians!
Framed, huh? I mean, framed. Which I guess is pronounced the same way, but you have to yell it in Terezi's weird, annoying voice. Wow, maybe that was kind of a sick burn. Maybe I should be nice to her since she's bailing my stupid ass out of this jam. And also, she died. Okay, here I go. Mr. Senator.
Mr. Senator, you smell very nice. Your luscious yellow scales are like the sweetest gumdrops of the prosecution's nose, but your deceit stinks. Did you honestly think... By the way, we are at page 2038. We jump back. We're jumping throughout the entire timeline. Hey, Half, what's good? Hell yeah. Petition to add a Yuri emote alongside the Yaoi one. I don't think there is one on the 7TV. I couldn't find it. Like, I didn't create them. I just added them from the site. So, like, I added all the ones that were there that I thought were funny. Yeah, I don't think there is one. The Yaoi one's fun, though. Alright, let's fix it, shall we? Framed. Rescue the witness before he is murdered. Don't get caught.
So, you wanted me to steal a stuffed dragon from your room? How is this even the slightest bit important to the timeline? Whatever, maybe stealing this dragon is the most important thing to ever happen in the history of stupid time shenanigans. Who am I to judge? Okay, what's next?
Moment.
Wow, that sounds really non-specific. What moment do you mean, Terezi? Way to narrow that down. Guess I'll find out. This better be good.
Alright. Write message on wall. Shh. You don't need him. This is John, by the way, haha.
Confused yet, Terezi? This is actually a lot of fun. I'm like the ultimate prankster now. Nana'd be so proud. It's kind of like if Doctor Who used his fancy phone booth to go around playing tricks on people. That's all he did. Then maybe that show would be less lame.
John, you take that back, you motherfucker. I will grab you by the throat and choke slam you into the time vortex. I swear to God. I was watching Doctor Who last night and it was so good. Oh. I caught up on Doctor Who, by the way, because there's been new episodes and, ooh, that most recent one was very good. It was very good. Oh. Can you believe John likes Ghostbusters, but thinks that Doctor Who is bad? John likes Con Air, but thinks Doctor Who is bad. Like, how crazy is that? Hell yeah, you can't fight it. You're all fucked now, by the way, everyone. You're all in Homestuck now. We've reached the point of no return. This is the point where you're invested in the story and you need everything to go well, otherwise your life will never be complete again. I also don't appreciate him shit-talking Doctor Who. Also, Harry Anderson should be all the doctors. I don't know about that. I don't think Harry Anderson should be all the doctors. I think Shooty Gart was a really good doctor. This bastard got us hooked. Yes, I did, because I knew it would happen. What did Doctor Who ever do to this guy? Be good, apparently? Like, for some reason, the only thing John likes is things that are terrible. He only likes bad things. Like, things that are objectively, like, not very well done. So he'd probably really like Homestuck too. Oh, what a burn. You only like bad things. So clearly you'd be a fan of Homestuck too. Damn. Wow. I should use my retcon powers to make that show happen. Wow, yeah. I swear to God, John, if you do, I'm going to murder you. In Minecraft. You're stuck in this home with us. It's quite a big house. It is. It's a very big house. It doesn't change the fact we're all stuck in it.
It's like all the superheroes say, with great power comes great responsibility. I wonder who the him was in Terezi's note. Carcat, maybe? Man, I sure hope Terezi didn't send me on a time travel quest just to fix her fucking boyfriend problems. God damn it, Terezi.
What else do you remember, Jane? The more you could tell us, the closer we may come to jogging your and Jade's memory of how you died. Not to mention, the closer we'll get to completing this lovely illustrated story. My recollection continues to be so darn hazy. Is there anything from my session that you can remember, Callie? Unfortunately, from my perspective, most of it was blacked out. Everything else I know I learned from ancient journals. Whose veracity I've come to regard as tenuous. You two are the only primary sources I have left to reconstruct the tale. If only you can keep jogging your memories. I see. Well, I do recall quite a bit from our stint as tricksters. For some reason, all those memories are still quite vivid. I suppose I could recount more of that drunken tomfoolery and extend our trickster chapter. Oh, yes! I would absolutely adore hearing more about your trickster adventures. Pleases me to no end, hearing you experience such joyful escapades as a result of the birthday present I gave you. Yeah, joyful. That's what they were, so joyful. What a present you are, true sweetheart, Callie. So where was I? Yeah, Dirk had just acquiesced to the siren song of the trickster. When all the rainbow magic and sparkle dust has subsided, there he stood, as stoic and rigid as ever. He was like a plank of wood in orange trousers and suspenders, a bronze statue and a silly pair of wrist warmers, a stone-faced automaton with a shock of vermilion hair, in which comfortably nestled what appeared to be an orange soft drink. The MacGuffin's potent spell seemed only to strengthen his resolve in betraying no emotion whatsoever. But would his curmudgeonly facade prove to be a deterrent to Roxy's lascivious wiles? Methinks not. She advanced upon him with her magic ring, seeking his hand in quadruple betrothal. Her lips puckered and quivered like an amorous cephalopod, skulking the briny ocean depths for a handsome mate.
Guys, I think we've heard enough about the trickster stuff.
Shoot.
Jane, don't you remember when we turned into bad guys?
Bad guys?
Yeah, I turned into an evil werewolf for a while. And you, I think, were some kind of cyborg.
Yeah, that does sound very familiar. Can you tell me anything else to nudge my recollection?
You had a pitchfork thingy, and your outfit was bright red.
Yes, of course. I do remember that now. Oh dear, I really was behaving horribly, wasn't I?
Yeah, we both were. It feels like it was all a bad dream. I'm glad it's over now, even if it means we were probably dead.
It's coming back to me now. Gosh, how embarrassing it is to recall my actions. They somehow managed to trump my indiscretions as a trickster. The things I said to Jake.
What did you say?
I can't even bring myself to talk about it. You're right, Jade. Probably are better off dead than having to face the music for our shameful deeds. I love how horns are shaped like a spoon and fork. Yeah, it's cute, isn't it? It's also proof that, like, you can have horns that aren't sharp, which I think is, like, something I think people forget. I think for the troll sonar I made for Roscoe, I made them based on his Oshimark, which is a controller, like a joystick controller. And I made it very similar looking to this, actually. So yeah. I do not wish to pry into matters that make you uncomfortable. But can you at least recall the circumstances which were likely to have resulted in your deaths? Yes, I believe I can. Remembering my encounter with Jake in his prison cell has reminded me of a crisis that followed shortly thereafter. I caught us all quite by surprise, if I recall, even the Condis. It caught us all quite by surprise, if I recall, even the Condis. I believe there were unanticipated factors which even she was unable to account for. Can you recall the nature of this crisis? Jade and I will do our best to record it. Yeah, hold on. Allow me a moment to get back into my storytelling voice. Ahem. 'Twas like Jade said. We'd been hoodwinked by none other than the Batter Witch herself. The old lady's fishy mind tricks had us both behaving like a pair of crooks. We were all too willing to do her dirty work, and none too shy about reveling in our misdeeds. It was as if she pulled It was as if she pulled the stops on our sense of conscience. And at last we were free to act upon our darkest desires. And if it pleased the jury, I'd prefer said desires were kept stricken from the record.
I second the motion.
Double shoot. The crafty witch made sure I would be the brains of the operation. She saw to it the heiress had a supercomputer wrapped around her noggin years in advance. a state-of-the-art Thoughtwave TR top for the up-and-coming junior Battermaster on the go, with the factory default set to evil. But if I was the brains of the outfit, Jade was the uncontested brawn. Within 2 shakes of a dog's tail, she kicked Dirk to the curb of the Incisisphere. Then, in one fell swoop, she and I pinched Roxy and Jake respectively and hauled them right off to the Slammer for interrogation. The Slammer, as we all know, is how one describes the penal system when feeling extra angry at crimes. Their crime, you ask? It was being on the wrong side of the law. And by wrong, I mean right. Jane, slow down. This is all solid gold. But before we could badger hapless pals in the Slammer, there was work to be done. We were to prepare for the other's schedule to arrive shortly on a meteor from the furthest ring. I was ordered to build up the houses on our planets to reach Skya. The witch said it was critical to her plans, whereas Jade was told to intercept the meteor and scatter all her friends on the 4 new planets. They were all to be separated into pairs and prepared to receive instruction to help us advance the cause. But then something went wrong, something fully unanticipated even by the witch. Before Jade could intercept the meteor, she disappeared without a trace.
I did?
Jade, shh, this is getting exciting. Perhaps it's my shoddy memory acting up again, but I have no recollection of what happened to her. This left the witch's scheme in total shambles, and without Jade's unlimited power at her command, the situation on Durst was vulnerable. Jade's friends were now unaccounted for, and could freely move about the medium without being caught. They used their freedom to maximum advantage, staying a step ahead of the witch. They organized and came up with a plan. The plan, you say? The plan, you ask? A prison break. They struck at just the right moment. While the witch was out searching for them, they had established a series of clever decoys to lure her away. Their assault on the Durst prison was furious, with only myself and a few agents on hand to fend them off. Their aim was to free Jake and Roxy, and I can only presume me as well from my corrupted state. But I was not about to go down easy. Oh no. The melee was fierce, and alas, not without casualty. What happened, Jane? Was someone slain, other than you and Jade? I'm sorry. The memory's coming back to me. It's difficult to talk about, let alone present with a flourish a good story deserves.
Well, forget about the story for a second. Just tell us with regular words. I mean, if you want to.
No, it's okay. I shall persevere. Our tale must go on. Roxy's young mother made an exceedingly aggressive move to free her estranged daughter. She attacked me with a fearsome enchantment of blinding light. I deftly sidestepped her sorcery, and in my demented state, found myself enraged by her claim on my beloved BFFC. I let my fork sail straight and true toward the interloping Lalonde. But Roxy, in a sudden fit of gumption, she intercepted my fork, directly through her chest. I knew it before her heart even stopped. Her death was surely heroic.
It's Jasper's.
Hey, would you quit it? I'm trying to keep a low profile here.
Murder.
Bye-bye.
Okay, murder. Let's go. Oh. There we go. Deploy this witness. He's critical to the investigation.
Mission accomplished, I guess. Well, score find him number 4 at least.
There you go, Terezi. Your stupid plush dragon can help you with your weird investigation or whatever fucked up thing you're doing here. Thank God I changed that. Sure making some awesome progress here. Not. Okay, there's just no way that change was important. I know this stuff can be pretty subtle, but come on. She has to be messing with me at this point. With my new powers, I feel like I'm the ultimate prankster. But to be honest, I'm having a hard time figuring out who's pranking who here exactly. It's me, isn't it? I'm the one getting owned, aren't I? Owned by a crazy blind girl trolling me through time with notes written in her blood moments before she died. But she's also kind of trolling herself too. Damn, I'm dealing with a true professional here. Alright, enough of this asinine horseplay. Let's see what the Scarfish stupidity has in store for me next. Justice. Okay, I'm very, very hungry and it's been 4 hours. I'm gonna get some, I made a bunch of rice. So I'm just gonna get some out of my, fridge and cook it up. Well, heat it up. I think I should eat some rice, so. Yeah, let's take a little break. So I can eat. And then we'll resume. Because we need to share. No, fuck you, it's mine. I will be right back.
Hey, and we're back. That was some good rice. So, while I was eating, I did set something up. I'm not actually sure how it's gonna look, but I did indeed cook, ever so slightly. It would seem that I did not cook as much as I thought I did. Wait, what? I thought I was cooking. You have a good day at work, Liv. You have a good day at work. I thought I was cooking, but apparently not. What the fuck? See, I was gonna do a little thing where I kind of give you guys a sneak peek of something really, really cool. It was this. But I haven't figured out all the parameters yet, so I need time to work on it, okay? So I need to sort out all the parameters before I can do anything else. Because yeah, it's not responding to me as well as I would like it to just yet. I need to work through some things. So I'm gonna talk to Smokey about it, because obviously Smokey was the one who set up the parameters. But yeah. The boy. He's almost ready. He's almost ready. We're getting there. Bit by bit. I wonder if I can save that as a... That's really strange. It's not registering as its own thing. I'm not sure why. I'll have to talk to Smokey about that. Okay. Well, anyway. Back to it, I guess. Alright. You get a brief glimpse of him, but he still needs a little bit of time to cook. It's like when you open the oven to see if, like, what you're cooking is ready yet. And it's almost there, but not quite. You say to yourself, 5 minutes. It's very that. So yeah. He's nearly done cooking. Alright. Justice. Let's continue, shall we? Justice. It's really loud. The fuck? Alright. Yeesh. What a gruesome scene. I wonder which troll this was. She looks really cute. Sad that she died. Let's see. What does she want me to do here? I'm on the stuffed dragon, so I don't think anyone will be cracking this case anytime soon. So I guess a clown guy did this. I'm laughing my ass off. Looks like he left all this bullshit litter around the body to frame Vriska. Terezi actually fall for this?
Okay, this one's easy enough. There you go. You're welcome, Teresi. Keep up the good work at solving dumb crimes. Whoops, here you come. Gotta go.
Spider Troll.
You are correct. The spidiest one of them all.
You decided to take her down then?
I guess so.
Don't sound all that psyched about it.
While I'm here talking to you about it instead of actually doing it, aren't... Huh?
What?
Hey, Teresi, when you told me to say you don't need him, did you mean Carcat or Dave? Or maybe you shouldn't date Dave either. The way you and he describe it, sounds like it got weird. I don't know, just offering some friendly dating advice. Man, this caper we're doing is so crazy. Anyway, later.
Teresi? Hello? The fuck is going on here? Honk. Oh, wait. Fucking hell. Grab a horn. You'll know what to do.
There, I honked the stupid horn. One more to go. Drizzy, are we getting to the point anytime soon? I'm getting tired of all this meaningless, prankstery bullshit. I'd like to be able to say we at least tried to change something important here. I'd rather not have to go back to Roxy and say, sorry, your mom has to stay dead forever, because Teresi decided to play some funny jokes on me for no reason, and also fix her romance problems. It'd be nice to do something that would actually be significant enough to, you know, prevent that from happening. Huh?
Oh, they're laughing together. How cute. Look at these lesbians having fun. She got the classic bisexual, half of the head shaved as well. They're still laughing. They fell off a cliff together. They're still laughing. Still laughing. They should kiss. Heh. Huh. There you go. You've got it. You got the kiss. Congratulations. Today is a win for lesbian kind. That's what we've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo! That's what we've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo! Liv's gonna Liv's gonna be happy that it happened, upset that she missed it when she literally only just left. I knew that I was her only hope for resurrection. Perhaps my cybernetic intelligence was not as flawless as I believed. In my haste to revive her, I neglected to let them know I was the only chance she had. They understood the nature of my powers. They may have tempered their aggression. And if I wasn't so hurried to use these powers, I may not have let my guard down. Alas, I did let my guard down, and with it, my queen. But more importantly, my friend, who surely stayed dead. Poor Roxy. Do you suppose we should be expecting her ghost to join us too? Though I admit part of me feels guilty hoping she'll join us in death. I do not know. But guilt notwithstanding, I truly hope to see her again. Killing a dear friend while in a compromised state of mind, it's frightening to imagine having to live with that for eternity. I'd be miserable if I never had the opportunity to make amends.
It's sad she died, but then, isn't it kind of sad we all died? Personally, I'm really hoping she shows up. Jane, why don't you prepare a trollsona for her as a gesture of reconciliation? It's the least you can do.
Why, yes. I do believe I can make that sacrifice for the good of our friendship.
Huzzah!
So getting back to the story, I take it from what you said about letting your guard down. You believe this was how you died?
Thank you for the luck. Enjoy stealth mode. I'm almost certain of it. I can remember nothing beyond that moment. And if one of your friends managed to get the better of me, I have no doubt my death would have been just, considering the trouble I caused.
Yeah, likewise.
Do you remember who it was that killed you? Not to hound you for details, but trivia like this tends to be historically important. Plus, I'd like to draw this scene.
I'm sorry. My memory of the incident overall is quite vague. But it wouldn't surprise me if the one who dealt my fatal blow was the leader of the raid. This was the unanticipated factor. Their leader was someone who was not expected to show up with them at all. The presence of this lone interloper was enough to discombobulate a scheme millions of years in the making. This hero occupied a blind spot, as much to the Condus as to my present recollection. But of this much, I'm sure. The hero was bold, wily, the sort of firebrand personality they needed to take such a stand. An intrepid soul who was not about to take the verdict of Paradox Space lying down. You see, Callie, your historical documents make no mention of the leader of the raid, because originally the curtains closed early on this plucky customer. But the hero was written back into our story by some inscrutable gambit of circumstance which we may never fully understand. And with that flourish of revisionism, the tide of luck turned on a shiny new dime. All bets were off. The tilt between the friendly and felonious was a true horse race again. A real barn burner in the brewing. Yes, that'd still be hell to pay after Jade and I made our exit, sure as sugar cubes. There'd be ashes to shift, wounds to mend, fallen to mourn. Not being privy to the aftermath, I can only surmise, as well as the next gumshoe. But with respect to the fate of our comrades, of this much I'm convinced. When the curtains finally closed this time, their leader would make sure everyone was standing on the right side of them. That is to say, the side of any interested onlooker would be able to witness.
Jeez.
Hmm?
You're really good at telling stories, Jane.
Yes. I had no idea you had such a talent. How sneaky of you to hide such a gift from me all this time.
Here, here. 5 stars with listen again.
Aw, shucks, you guys. Oh, wow. Not sure what to expect for this one. Alright, here goes.
Alright, let's do it. Blah, blah, blah.
No, Terezi, don't do it.
John? What are you...
Kapow!
John.
John, no.
John, what have you done?
Whew, that was close.
Why are you here? How are you here?
It's a long story, Terezi. Don't worry about it. The important thing here is we did it. Everything's gonna be okay now.
Did what?
I'm not sure actually.
Oh my fucking god.
Well, I just clobbered Vriska and knocked her out, like you said. Jeez, I hope I didn't punch too hard. Wow, she's really down for the count, isn't she? I got a lot of extra punching practice in my fight with the skull jerk. Maybe I gained a bit too much man grit for my own good.
What are you talking about? Do you have any idea what you've just done?
Yeah, I randomly appeared and knocked Vriska out cold, just like the scarf told me to.
What scarf?
This one.
You weren't supposed to do this. I was supposed to kill her. You just doomed us all.
No. I mean, yeah, I was supposed to go that way originally, but now it doesn't have to, because of, like, weird retcon magic, and also your crazy mind schemes.
Mind schemes?
Yeah. Well, you from years in the future, just before you died. I got help from your older, possibly wiser self. You helped me come back here using the mysteries of the mind.
I see. But that does not answer the most important question of all.
What?
Why are you such a dork?
Shut up.
Let me see that scarf.
No.
Yeah, give it here.
No, quit it.
You fucked with the alpha timeline. I want answers.
Hey, I had to jump through a lot of your lame prankstery hoops to get here. Plus, I saved Vriska from your backstabbing ways, so you don't need to do that for whatever stupid reason you were going to do that.
Possibly wise.
How about a little gratitude?
Just tell me what the scarf says. I need to know what I said.
Look, all it says is this list of bloody passwords and instructions, most of which are dumb pranks.
Pranks?
Yeah, I would think so.
Why would I send you back in time to play pranks?
Because you're a weirdo?
Screw you. Wait, so you actually were the one who stole my dragon and wrote those notes?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. You told me to. Probably to prevent you from fucking up your life.
And you sure you didn't just make a doomed timeline here?
Yeah, pretty sure. It was like a fresh start from this point on.
Give me the scarf.
No! Stop badgering me about the damn scarf.
It's mine, though. It has my blood on it.
No, it belonged to a dear departed friend. Her name was Future Terezi.
You bastard.
Look, it doesn't even say anything else. I already did everything. Wait.
What?
Okay, there's one last thing I have to do.
What?
It says I have to give you my wallet?
What?
But I don't actually have my wallet.
You don't?
No, I lost it years ago. I think I gave it to... Damn, who was it? Liv Tyler, the bunny? Or was it that shirt chest dude? Shit.
Why would I tell you to give me your wallet if you don't have it?
I guess you didn't realize I lost it. Hell, even I can't remember what items we still have half the time.
Hey, Avi. Hey. The voices. Yeah, welcome to Homestuck voice acting.
Where were we? Jerezi, just between you and me, unconscious Vriska, and that dumb clown, this adventure's been one huge mess.
Dex! The fuck are you two doing here? God damn.
What could even be so important about giving me your wallet? Actually, it says give her your wallet. Did her mean you or Vriska? I guess it's a mute point, since I don't have it. Let's just call it one small flaw in your otherwise mostly stupid plan, and get on with our lives. It's not my plan. Yeah, it is. Or was. I mean, will be. Or won't anymore, now that we changed stuff. Ugh, shut up. Maybe if you could tell me why we need the wallet, we can make other plans to compensate. I don't know. Maybe you need to capture something really big. Like what? I don't know. It's just some fake crap you wrote in a scarf. John. Oh, fuck. How in the contemptible name of my permanently hate-soiled jerk-off trousers can you possibly be here? No, I'm not doing this. I'm not explaining the retcon shit again. What? What the fuck happened to Vriska? Is that Gamzee tied up on the floor there? With a horn shoved in his mouth? Honk.
Keep reading.
Sigh. Jerezi, why is Gamzee tied up on the floor? I was so worried about you, I thought he'd gotten to you for sure. That is so sweet of you, Cardcat, but there was no need to worry. I cracked the case with investigation skills like mine. It was inevitable. Let me go.
Yes, drive safe. Drive safe.
Okay. It would have been nice if somebody told me what sort of preposterous shit was taking place up here. What happened to Vriska? Why is she passed out on the fucking floor? Because I punched her in the face. What? You heard me. Okay, John, listen. First of all, shut your fucking mouth. I don't even know where to begin addressing the globe-numbing absurdity of your sudden presence on this meteor. Let's just awkwardly strafe along the perimeter of that humongous stink-belching trunk beast in the room. And let the violently uninhibited nerd grilling commence. Why did you punch Vriska in the face? I mean, not that I necessarily blame you, but still.
I gotta rewatch all these ones where I'm locked in. Dex. That's crazy. Oh, Dex, do you want me to show you something that's gonna make Avi jealous? I still need to figure some things out, and I need to work on the params, but he's here. The boy is here. He just needs to cook for a little bit longer. I need to fix the mouth as well. Yeah. I'm gonna need to work on him a little bit more. So let's switch back, shall we? Oh, why am I always standing? What's that about? He's got to go back in the oven for a few. Yeah, man standing emoji for real.
Cardcat, take it easy. Here, read this. What the fuck is this? It's all in the scarf, buddy. It's all in the scarf. Get this nasty fucking rag out of my proximity. Hey, that's mine. Oh man, this is turning into a stupid circus. Honk. Shh. I should really get out of here. Timeline's already boned enough as it is without me hanging around. What, you're leaving already? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much if I'm here. We already changed history, like, almost completely. It was kind of the point. Vriska's not dead anymore, so that means... Wait, what does that actually mean? What the fuck are... I was about to read that as John. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this shit about Vriska being dead? Can someone explain this to me?
Vriska's dead?
No, she's asleep on the floor over there. That's what I'm saying.
So that means I'll never be able to get the life ring from Tavros. But I already have the ring, so I guess that doesn't matter.
Who's talking?
Wait, does this really mean Vriska's ghost stops existing? Or is her ghost just gonna keep existing in the dream bubbles because of reasons? Carcat, what is he doing here?
Wow, great question. Why don't you take a fucking number and get in line for that one? I've already got mine. It's the first number there is. An angry, trembling digit, towering and erect, pointing directly at the trash-faced kingpin of inexplicable horseshit himself. God!
And if I never ended up meeting her ghost, I guess I never stuck my hand in the house thing to get the retcon powers in the first place, so how... God damn it.
Her ghost? He's talking about ghosts, everybody. Everybody listen. He'll surely explain everything any second now. This should be great.
Could someone please tell me who is talking?
Shh, Solix, pipe down. He's about to spill the fart niblets. I can feel it.
Okay guys, really, I've messed with your timeline enough as it is. Sorry for clocking you, Vriska, if you can hear me in your dreams. Haha, you probably can't. But hey, I guess this means I get to meet you alive soon. Instead of ghost you, so that's neat.
Egbert, don't you dare. Fuck off.
Please tell her I'm sorry for punching her in the face, but also she's welcome for saving her life. I'll see you guys later, in 3 years to be precise.
What? No, don't. You stay the hell put. You hear me, you ugly PJ-packing, flap-sniffing shit infant?
Bye, dude. I suddenly don't understand anything, and I'm currently casting sincere doubt on the laughable insinuation that I or anyone else ever actually did, even for a single moment.
Kanaya, don't be such a damn noob. The explanation for all the stuff I just heard is so obvious.
What is the explanation?
Mother fucking shenanigans. You got the ring back to Roxy. It's time to go. Alright, we've got a flash. Let's go. I'm pretty sure this is actually going to be Friskogram, if I remember correctly. Which, yo, I remember when it dropped. It was so cute. So I'm really excited for you guys to see this one too. Let's do it. She's back. Vriska has returned! She's no longer dead.
I remember now.
Oh wait, that's Jade.
I remember now.
Remember what?
I remember what happened to us. Jane's story helped jog my memory at the final moments. She's right. When I went to hijack the meteor, there was someone there I didn't expect to see.
Who was it?
I think Jane covered the Who pretty well with her colorful description already. What's more interesting is it made me realize I've been wrong all along.
Wrong about what, Jade?
Shenanigans. Yeah, shenanigans are a big thing in this story.
We were never dead at all. We've been asleep.
Damn. Ah, I thought that would be Vriskagram, but maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit on it. Shame. Ooh! We're on Act 6, Act 6, Act 5. Okay, right. So, we are less than 1,000 pages away from the end. But I do want to get to Vriskagram because it makes one of my favorite ships canon. So, we're doing it. Also, the little Vriska down here is very funny. Here we go. Oh god, it's Homestuck still. I can't change the volume. I can't change the volume because it's Homestuck. Less than 1,000 pages away. Homestuck is over 8,000 pages long. And we're on 7409. God, Homestuck is terrible. More of this, I know. Oh, Caliborn, just rescind control already. I'm tired of you being a terrible narrator. Ah! Ah! God, you suck. Oh no, I forgot about this. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh, the vine symbol. Oh god. If Homestuck wasn't dated enough already, the vine symbol.
Ah, so nice of you to join me for my masterpiece. The fruits of my artistic toils are finally at hand. You're welcome in advance for the narrative majesty you're about to witness. It costs literally millions of calicoins to produce, as well as most of my attention span for any further creative endeavors. But you'll probably agree, tearfully, that it's worth all of this expense, and more, to see my tiny actors of living putty dance. Get ready to get dazzled as I fucking destroyed the transcendental boundaries of the unconventional media. That MacGuffin chest shouldn't be moving. Sorry, I bumped it.
So he's moved to stop animation. I will say, I'm not going to continue reading in his voice because his voice is a nightmare, and he's technically the narrator. So I'm just going to read in my voice, as I always have with the narrator. I did the same for Andrew Hussey's narration as well, so... The tale my masterpiece describes is basically a spoiler to the ending of things. It takes place in a future moment, long beyond when we, you, or I have any business seeing what happens. But I found out and learned some of this spoiler. I saw it once on one of my planet's many screens, the Land of Colors, and the Land of Mayhem. It knows all, and it will show anything to any man who is willing to find just the right key. And it turns out that just such a man is the man that is me. So I will show you what I saw. Gotta run, do a nap after work. Yeah, I'll see you around after work. Have a good nap. Not with the crude two-dimensional shapes from my computer pencil, but with the lavish 2+ dimensional forms of my groundbreaking clay puppets. Behold as I innovate objects of artistic expression, which you trashy fuck-munchers never thought about to pioneer before in a million years. Here's a shot of me bowing in advance for being great. Ah yes, movie magic at its best. I will tell you what I saw in the screen. Believe me when I say that it happened precisely as I show you here, shot for shot. This takes place after I get the magic rainbow eyes, and yet still before I'm huge and wear a dapper trench coat for winners. But, as you can see at this point in my rise to dominant invincibility, I'm feeling pretty chuffed about myself. My power is sick, and my special eyeballs are gnarly as can be. I would tell you I can hardly wait to be this cool. But as you know, I'm a man of patience and aplomb. Also, look closely. I've got my MacGuffin chest here, which I will win as some choice booty from victoriously slaughtering my denizen, King Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth. His name is Yaldabaoth, by the way. Inside is a mighty weapon, which will come into play a little later. In my theatre of wobbling puppet drama, it's like they say about the theatre. If you see a MacGuffin in Act 1, then the MacGuffin will probably be used right away in Act 1, to make everything more exciting as soon as possible. Also, which I should mention, one more banner piece of swag in my possession. I'm not sure how I came about this later. Much like the clockwork lasers and primo fashion jacket, it's a ring that I found. That found its way to me somehow. A golden ring of void. It becomes mine one day. The most beautiful thing. I never knew I always wanted, yet somehow preemptively coveted. It lets me stay close to the darkness, to vanish and appear again in places I have no business fucking with, full of plump and meaty people, alive and living, who one day will plead with the gods, begging them to curse my name. Here I am lording it over my minions. The classic honk friend, my rabbit pal for life, and my floppy puppet buddy. I'm bossing them around, being the shit, as always, whatever. I love Yaldabaoth. They're the best. 8 assholes snugged up in their goofy pajamas appear out of nowhere for some wrestling royale with yours truly. They all steal a ride with the wind prick's snappy ghost magic to catch me unawares. It worked. Judging from my skull expression, I was really surprised. But then my skull turned giddy and sinister because I know in my heart that truly they are about to get owned. They're all frisky and ready to fight. I can tell they're psyched about this, like they've been planning it and biding their time, and now they think they're strong enough to overtake me, if only because of the surprisingness of their ambush. And maybe they're even right. Maybe they could beat me. But they have a lot of fighting levels and magic boons now, just like me. But see, I don't even give them a chance. Like I said, I have a superior weapon. And I see no reason not to use it right away. What would be a fucking point in holding out? Suspense. Bullshit. I pulled out the big guns nigh instantaneously because I think like a great winner. But like most things that are good, the thing has limitations and rules and stuff. All MacGuffins have rules. The cooler the MacGuffin, the trickier the rules. For one thing, this weapon could only be used against 4 guys at a time, because its shape has, like, 4 slots or something. So I choose my targets carefully. I select the 4 of these jokers, who I deem the greatest threat to me. The blue Philistine with the belligerent fists, of course, so he can't own me again, with the hurtful insults to my art, and also the alpha male and his smooth ways. Say goodbye to him too. I couldn't risk messing with his sword, which I understand to be the only thing in reality that has poisoned my invincibility. because of an illegal ingredient, a white round circle of total knowledge. Oh, I targeted their 2 corresponding females as well, because why not? The dog one is a nightmare of powers, and the orange one perturbs me with her dictionary blither. Good riddance to bad teens. And just like that, they were gone. Their souls were trapped in my MacGuffin forever. It's worth noting that that's what Homestuck means. So you know how the weapon is in the shape of the Homestuck logo? The MacGuffin weapon that gave John retcon powers. It has the souls of John, Jade, Rose, and Dave trapped in it. They are Homestuck. That's it. That's the comic. They are trapped inside this MacGuffin. This solves one problem for me, but starts another. The MacGuffin, when its shapes are filled, changes in nature. It stops being a weapon I can use ever again. It's weird, and a bit lame, but you can't be too picky about awesome MacGuffins. You have to take the good with the bad. Once I used it, it became mysteriously intangible. Like a hole, a gap in the teeth of my story, that now exists as a dangerous liability to me personally. It can only ever be used as a weapon against me from now on. Such is what YOLO broth, by the way. YOLO broth, we love. The great lewd snake will tell me about the MacGuffin when we meet. So after using it, it made me nervous. So in the blink of an eye, woo-wee woo-wee. Wee woo wee woo. I trapped it back in the chest and banished it away, where no one would ever find it. Deep in the bowels of the furthest ring. Using my ring-based communion with the void. Poof. Good luck digging that one up, haters. It's never gonna happen. With the first 4 banished, the team of heroes was cut in half, to be much easier for me to devastate. A smutty swordsman, an underpants wimp, and 2 flippant bimbos. I would call it a cakewalk, but when you're this cocky and brash, you don't walk, you strut, no matter what kind of desserts you find under your feet. I should also relevantly mention, I'm still in possession of the swordman's MacGuffin, his floppy friend of childhood, the one which I recognize to be an empty husk. He demands from me that he wants it back, presumably for emotional support. I can in no way blame him. I keep an eye on this one. The foreshadowing of him is pretty important for later. Now is when the pummeling begins. The fracas is loud and large. Power levels are off the charts. Can't even follow what's happening with your eyes. I'm mostly toying with them though. It's all too easy for an ascended lord boy like me. I have a platter full of knuckle sandwiches to go around, plus other human food products you're familiar with, but also involving knuckles to make the punching metaphor work. There is more than enough to satisfy every hungry fist deserver. And I know what you're thinking, that I have a reputation for having a problem of unfair cruelty that goes at silly ladies more than great gentlemen. To which I take great offence, but still, let it be unconditionally accepted that I am a fair man who listens to criticism and works ever and always to improve my masterful craft and my tremendous decency. So, I have committed through a pledge of personal beautification to try doing less misogyny and start doing more prosogyny. In fact, I fucking love sogyny, and I will fight anyone who disagrees from that. Hence with, look, all the bodily terrorism is being dealt in a precisely equal and respectful way, both to feeble hoe and tip-top gent alike. I'm ruining them, really. Wii U. It's not a contest. They're a bunch of pitiful emotion children. And I'm a premier, invincible titan of roughhouse brutality. It's too easy. Speedo Boy is down for the count because I flapped him gingerly. The masked floozy is looking a bit woozy. The cake maid took one drub too many and has to lie down for an overweight nap. This leaves me mano a mano. Hell yeah. God, I love that fucking conversation between Dave and Tavros. It's a masterpiece. Mano a mano against the anime prince in his nonsense trousers. It was a pretty good fight between us. Because he's strong, and I admire that. Why shouldn't I let a battle happen for longer when two tough dudes are involved, strutting their stuff? But in the end, his sharp glasses and sword machismo weren't enough. Got the supreme drop on his powerful body with my wrestling moves. My overconfidence was my Achilles' downfall, though. I made, admittedly, the amateur's boner. I turned my back on the body. The crybaby in the yellow panties got upset with me that I was wailing so excellently on his increasingly battered pretty boy ninja stud. And by upset, I mean he threw a fully fledged tantrum of pure hope. The hope, my god. It was blinding, beautiful even. Okay, maybe the cotton isn't doing it justice. Okay, yeah, maybe that just looks stupid. You know, you try things, and sometimes it just looks like shit. Let's call this my one and only fuck-up in history. Well, my second, maybe. Second only to underestimating this sad sack wuss of hope. Who knew that such a simpering charlatan... Jesus Christ, I can't fucking write, I'm having a stroke. Right? Read. My god, I really am having a stroke. What the fuck is happening? What is this? Had such an outburst stowed in his girly bosom. Clearly not I, even though I had the information well in advance. It was just that surprising. Can't talk either, I really can't. Can't fucking talk, can't read, I'm fucked. It seems that hope power is overwhelming. Even to the clockwork man junk, it looked like I thought I could use my rainbow seizure field to overpower his massive gay hope bubble. Alas, it was my perfectly justified hubris. Which bit me in the ass. In the end, even though I'm sure I must have known this outcome was going to happen, it can still be worth it to get owned. If it means having a lot of self-esteemed hubris about yourself. And so the English boy deals me my first defeat ever, since ascending as an invincible Technicolor Time Kid. I get dunked as fuck. And land square on my bottom. I remain prone for several minutes, staring at the ceiling, blinking a bit, pondering where things went wrong in life, how I, the Lord of Time, could experience such woeful ownage. Gay Hope Bubble is incredible. That's basically him, though, let's be honest, like... The powers of a gay hope bubble is one of the most powerful things in Homestuck. I mean, Jake is the most powerful character in Homestuck. So yeah. Basically, if you want to be powerful in Homestuck, just be gay. The gayest characters are always the strongest. Bet. There is no bodily harm, of course, except my incredible ego, which is a fate worse than getting broken bones. So I just lie there, thinking sadly, achieving some depression. I'm sure at this point I turn to thoughts of respect. Respect for the pansied ass, pretty-legged page, and his maybe accidental prowess. I underestimated him. And admiration happens in my breast. Maybe I'll jack his swagger too, as he once did mine. Maybe after a lifetime of utterly deserved humiliation, sobbing, and spontaneous urination, he's earned that much. The clue here is that I steal his name. God, you thick, stupid fucks. Why do I bother with subtext? Or fine literary nuance. English. That's me later. That's my name, you stupid brainless fucks. Holy shit, you're dumb as bozos. Come on. God. Meanwhile, Strider regroups from his trouncing. He's hurt bad and is slow to use... Blah, blah, blah. He sees his chance to do away with me for good. He knows by now he can't kill me, but can do his next best thing, which is to banish my soul. He's hurt bad and is slow to use his pink soul-killing spell. He gives me time to rebound from my shameful ass-whipping too, and pull my sorry butt out of the own zone, so I get up. And I nearly get the drop on him before he releases his spell, but then what's this? There's a commotion. The haunting sound of neighs. Except they're robot neighs. That is when the horses come into play. The goddamn horses. How truly and utterly ironic that my very demise could be in the proximity of some horses. What? No, really. What? I didn't follow that. I'm still not following it, to be honest. I'll have to think it over. I'm thinking it over right now, and I have a feeling I'll be thinking it over for the rest of my life. Perhaps we all will. Wait, they should be robots. Hold on while I paint the horses to look like metal horses. Damn, the work of a craftsman is never done. So basically, I don't know what the fuck is going on. So I'm really distracted. I'm saying to myself, this is ominous shit. Nothing good can either follow or precede an event such as this. And then, that's when it happens. The sweaty, muscular ghost appears out of nowhere. I have no idea who he is, or where he came from, judging from the face of the guy. Of the guys, they don't either. Nobody sees us coming. It is a total ambuscade, and my skeleton jaw is dropped to shit. He pins me in place with his ripped muscles, and I'm completely immobilized. Partly because of the strength, and also due to my awe and admiration, I just can't move. This gives Dirk just the time he needs to do his flamboyant pink spell. It owns me completely, but sadly to Dirk, maybe, it also owns the muscle hero. Both of our souls are consumed by the enchantment. I think he thought he could destroy my soul. But he bit off more than his fleshy skull could chew. So he used his irony again and stuck my soul in his MacGuffin. Exactly the way I stuck his buddies in my MacGuffin. The one I got from Yodelbogger. Yodelbugger. It's like poetic justice, I guess, except puppetry instead of poetry. So pathetic justice. Oh yes, I like that. The muscle ghost came along for the ride, and I guess his soul got trapped in there too. I have no idea what that means. Honestly, it's disturbing as hell, and I'd prefer not to dwell on its greater ramifications to my long-term existence. Maybe it's good, or maybe it's dumb. Maybe it's good and dumb. Or smart and bad. There are many words things can be when you're confused. At this point, his beloved MacGuffin is no longer a hollow vessel. It's very much crowded in there, chock full of souls belonging to hardcore brawling brutes, and he knows it. His puppet is now a problem to do away with, just like my MacGuffin was. So they do the same basic thing. They get their drunken sorceress of the void to banish the puppet once and for all into the darkness, never to be found again by probing hands of meat. Yes, never to be found. But not never to resurface. Oh no. You see, my soul is a tenacious one. I know this fact firsthand, because it's been inside my brain all my life. It's a real motherfucker, I'll tell you that much. The puppet's essence will flop and flutter through the shadows for eternity, surfacing in the nightmares of the unsuspecting, weaseling its way into the hearts of yucky, shitty children. And when its infiltration in that universe has taken hold, the seed will have been planted, and it will pave the way for my emergence, to wreak my badness from the universe to universe to universe. Each one will fall, and each time I will get stronger, and older, and bigger, and buffer. Oh yes, it will be time. It will be time indeed for me to get ripped. And now if you'll excuse me. I must put down the toys and ways of a child, and confront the big things of becoming a huge man, by dueling the supreme beast of my legend land, his serpentine eminence, Yogurt Boner himself. I'm about to go fight him now, so this is the last time you will ever hear my excellent voice. I will duel and crush my slithering sexual snake boss to finish what I started when I stepped my metal foot into this children's farce. I will do that because I want to, and when that is said and done, and you see me at the peak of a mountain of trophies, resting on my throne of prizes, I want to get to tell you that I did what I wanted to do. So if you remember just one thing I say, of so many great things said by me, then please remember this. I wanted to play a game. MSPA reader, mental breakdown. This is us. So yeah. Yes! Friskagram, let's go! Oh my god, my favorite ship. Here we go. That's Ikamaru art. Ikamaru's very famous in the fandom, by the way. Dave Cat. Dave Cat, my beloved. There we go. Oh. Dave Cat's canon, my beloved. Ah. The gays prevail. When Vriskagram dropped, I would argue that a good 70 to 80% of the fandom was freaking out because of that little bit where Dave and Carcat were watching movies together. Because that was so soft. Oh. Here it is. Here it is. Is it time yet? No. Oh, how about now? No. Dave, we've been waiting for 3 years. 3 years is a pretty long time. Long enough for me to have picked up the habit of calling them years, instead of the far more sensible unit of measurement, sweeps. They're happy, I know. Oh, my babies. I think you should be able to survive just a little longer. I also don't understand what's supposed to happen. He's just supposed to, like, appear? That's my understanding, yes. You mean, here, on this frog circle thing? I don't know, somewhere in this session. At which point, if he has any brain at all, he'll seek us out. So Jay came on a gold ship through a tiny window, apparently. John wasn't on it. Well, his corpse was, somewhere. But that John doesn't matter anymore. Kind of like how there was a bird version of you out there, now presumed dead, who also didn't matter. The real John and the other Lalonde girl will spontaneously appear from a different reality. I determined a lot of this through my time travel reconnaissance work upon arriving in the session. Sorry to steal all the timey thunder from the Great Night of Time, end quote. But someone had to take the initiative and go on a fact-finding mission. Nah, it's cool. You can have that thunder if you want it. When exactly is this supposed to happen? Soon. And she's unhurt. Will she remember our brief encounter? This is a totally different Lalonde girl. Things went differently for her. So she'll have different memories. I have no idea if you and she interacted at all in her timeline. I don't know the full extent of John's alt-reality experiences either, but apparently things went raw for them in about as many ways as you can imagine, presumably because I wasn't around to keep everyone's shit in order.
Oh, snap! Yeah. But yeah, I agree with the sentiment largely, of you being more competent than most people in general, Vriska.
Thanks, Tavros.
Hey, look, I know I'm not considered important enough to be in the loop on certain key tactical decisions anymore, and that I don't really know what's going on most of the time, and therefore I'm forced to take any bullshit that happens with a grain of snack mineral big enough to bludgeon a man to death. But if it's not too much trouble, Vriska, maybe you could take a moment to explain why Tavros is now a sprite, and Equius too, and also why Equius is wearing a new pair of moronic-looking sunglasses. Thanks in advance.
Sorry if you're having trouble keeping up with the times, Carcat. I didn't explain it because I thought the nature of the development was fairly self-evident. I mean, no offense, but I didn't hear anyone else voicing any confusion. What about you, Kanaya? Did you think it was fairly self-evident?
I thought it was fairly self-evident.
Yeah, see?
You apparently took it upon yourself to prototype the 3-year-old cadavers of 2 of our deceased friends.
No, I got that. I'm not a fucking idiot. I mean, where'd you find these unprototyped kernels? Didn't these people already enter their session?
Yes, they did months ago, from the current frame of reference, but this is a void session, Hardcat. I thought we talked about this. A void session, by definition, is one where the players enter the game with the kernels unprototyped. As such, it becomes totally dysfunctional. It can't bear fruit because there's no battlefield in Skya, unless you go to the trouble of putting one there, of course, which the Condis has already done for us via Grimbark Jade. Prior to our arrival, quite considerate of her, really. This aside from the point, though, the bottom line is, this session comes courtesy with 4 unprototyped kernels waiting to be put to use. So not being one to let a sweet perk go to waste, I took initiative and put 2 of them to use myself. Really, this is some basic stuff. And I'm sure we went over it all at one point during our trip. We did. Carcat, don't you remember when I walked everyone through this? I was making extensive notes in my journal. When I looked away for a moment, you and Dave wrestled the tome away and began scribbling phalluses in it while giggling like children.
Maybe. I guess that rings a dong shouter.
A what, dude? Oh, man.
What? Shut up. Look, a lot has happened in 3 years. We've all been through stuff. Am I really expected to remember every tedious morsel of exposition from our resident light bores?
Rose, get a load of this ungrateful Philistine. He doesn't deserve our fucking acumen. Oh, welcome back. By the way, Dave and Carcat are dating. And Vriska's not dead anymore. Yeah, Vriska's alive. Carcat and Dave are in a relationship. You missed a lot. You missed all of Vriskagram. Welcome to What's Going On. I really don't understand how I'm still yawning. It's been like 5.5 hours. Between your nerdish... blah, blah. Oh yeah, Vriska's alive, so she's not dead anymore. Between your nerdish obsession over the knowledge granted by our aspect and my unprecedented ability to weaponize said knowledge with a ruthless gamemanship, we're double-handedly saving the asses of everyone on this team. I'm glad at least one person here appreciates this categorical certainty. Hey, I can appreciate that categorical certainty. Whom do you think I was referring to?
Wow, okay, what the fuck ever to that vainglorious load of crap. I'm still spouting off here, I think.
That's fine, Carcat. Take all the time you need to collect yourself and continue frothing at the mouth whenever you're ready.
Okay, I figured out some stuff I'm still either pissed off and or confused about. You say there are 4 kernels here. You know, we did lose more than 2 friends on that meteor. Which reminds me, I guess I should say hi Tavros and Equius again. Nice to see you guys back with us. Sort of. Pardon me if I can't get too sentimental about the reunion, since along the way here we ran into about 10 different versions of your stupid ghosts. That kind of gets a little air out of the poignancy balloon. Sorry. Hey, buddy. Don't wink at me.
Greetings, old friend. Not to worry, I've stored enough poignancy in my heaving, balloon-like pictorials for the both of us. Though I should clarify that approximately half of my personally couldn't give a fuck at the faintest fidgeting horse stump about you or your sentimental notions. Also, I'm very busy here, so stop talking to me completely.
Oh man. Classic. Okay, that was weird.
Yeah.
And speaking of weird, one thing that bugs me about this. I guess it implies you've been hoarding the bodies of our dead friends for the past 3 years. That's a bit fucked up, even for you. And not to get too macabre, but I would have thought they would have, like, rotted by now or something. Yeah, there was some moderate decomposition. I did my best to preserve them for the journey, after quickly rounding up the bodies while people had their backs turned. Well, shit. That's a hell of a mystery that I always thought was a mystery, but found it too disturbing to contemplate solving. But damn if it didn't just get solved. So that's fucked up. If you would stop being a wuss for half a second about a bunch of corpses, I'll explain my reasoning. These are the only 2 sprites I had any intention of using for resurrection purposes. I brought Tavros back because, let's face it, that was kind of my fault for unnecessarily impaling him with his own lance and all. It was my responsibility to make amends for it, so I did. Ah, yeah. Tavros, don't interrupt. Whoops. Then I made Arquius Sprite happen because, first of all, he's a national fucking treasure. Literally everything he says is perfect and hilarious, and if I hear a single word to the contrary from the peanut gallery, the motherfucker with a beef rockets to the top of my... The motherfucker with the beef rockets to the top of my shit list. So please, I enthusiastically invite one of you no-taste mouth breathers to talk smack about the A-man. Make my day.
Riz, nobody's arguing with you on that. Pretty much everyone thinks he's pretty cool. Like, just enough freak show steps removed from being my bro, I guess. Enough to make me not feel like...
Dave, don't interrupt either. Nobody's allowed to interrupt me when I'm talking up Arquius Sprite. That's the rule.
Owned.
How? Owned.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Second, the guy is a fucking tactical genius. Totally conniving and calculating and unafraid to use methods that are just a bit morally dubious to achieve his objectives. And since I can't stick around for too long, your party is gonna need someone like that. Besides, it seems like a really fitting fate for Equius. He genuinely seems to be more comfortable with this state of existence, and seems a lot happier than I ever remember him being when he was alive. So I'm perfectly willing to do him this solid. After all, he did help me out when I blew my arm off. So now we're square.
You mean...
Oh, wait.
You mean triangular.
What?
Triangular.
I don't...
It's the shape of my clop-damned glasses.
Oh! See what I mean, guys? He's a fucking riot.
Agreed. Thank you for the strong endorsement, low blood / person I've never heard of and don't care about. I'll be finished my work here momentarily.
Excuse me, Mr. Arquius, what exactly are you doing to her?
I'm disabling her tiara top. It is extremely delicate work not to be trusted to human hooves.
Yes, I've also decided it's imperative to reclaim Crocker from the Condas before she can wake up and cause more trouble.
Her powers will be incredibly advantageous to winning the battle ahead, if you can keep her out of harm's way, in addition to providing her general purpose what the fuck is that word? What the fuck is that word? Vriska, what the fuck is this word? Restorative? No, it's not restorative. No. Because there's no T next to the S. I think. No, it's restorative. That's not restore. Because there's no T next to the S. Unless it's a fucking typo. Unless, like, Hussey actually made a mistake. And if it is, I want to screenshot it and send it to him on Blue Sky. And be like, how do you sleep at night, fucker? Wait, let me screenshot just that. He's on Blue Sky? Yes, he is. I'm so tempted. So tempted to tweet it to him on Blue Sky and just like, how do you sleep with yourself? How do you live with yourself? How do you sleep at night? Ooh. Minos, she gonna send him to a clinic? Good! Someone's gotta fucking do it. You say that like it's a bad thing. Wow, imagine Andrew Hussey actually checking into a mental health clinic and actually receiving treatment. You say that like he shouldn't. Just saying. General purpose, restorative capabilities. She also represents one extra life for everybody, and since heroic deaths could be getting handed out like inexpensive tobacco flutes pretty soon, I'm guessing this boon is gonna come in handy.
So, what about our other dead friends? Huh? You know, Nepeta, Eridan.
Oh, right, them. I was getting to that.
Oh, okay.
I know we talked a lot of strategy in advance.
Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. I know we talked a lot of strategy in advance, Vriska, but I really don't remember you mentioning a plan to prototype our friends' corpses. Might have been nice to get a heads up. Not to make a bad pun on account of the fact that most of their heads were literally severed.
Yeah, sorry. I had a lot of logistics buzzing around in my brain. It's hard to keep you appraised of everything that crosses my mind. I'll promise I'll be as thorough and transparent about my motives as I can from now on. Okay, Pyro?
Okay.
So after prototyping Tavros and Equius, that leaves 4 remaining dead friends, but only 2 empty kernels. Obviously, this presents quite a dilemma. Well, okay, technically 3.5 friends. Whatever the fuck that means. Nepeta, Pfeffery, Eridan, and Solix's dead body with his half-ghost, floating out there with Aradia. I know that caveat sounds stupid as hell, but let's not get hung up on it. The fact is, we've got 4 corpses, but only 2 slots remaining. And there's no way I'm gonna lump their bodies into the same sprite to make a pair of freaks resigned to an existential hell worse than death. Except in Arqueus Sprite's case, since those 2 nutjobs mesh with each other's personalities phenomenally. I must compliment the exquisite judgment you've shown in this matter. But if I may suggest, nay, perhaps command, You should prototype the 2 royal bloods and be done with it. They deserve it. No! Arqueus, your reservation is noted, but the Hema spectrum is bullshit. It's not going to factor into this decision. I strongly disagree, but also sorta don't care, as you were. So, considering there are 4 left, and I can't personally say that any is more deserving of life than the others, I intend to let them all rest in peace. That is my ruling, and I'm inclined to call it final. They can live out the rest of their afterlives in the dream bubbles, which still need to be saved from Lord English, lest we forget. But of greater importance, here is the fact that leaves 2 empty kernels as a resurrection backup, in case 1 or 2 of you jokers dies in the line of duty once too often. Believe me, you'll thank me later for thinking this all through so well in advance.
Okay, that's a good reason to have spare kernels, but maybe we should back up a bit. I'm not sure your verdict on our dead friends is totally airtight, or that you have the authority to make the final ruling.
Come on, Terezi. I'm not saying I'm an authority on mortality here. I only said my ruling was final because my logic was so impeccable. It was kind of like a figure of speech.
Yeah, right. Let's think it through a little more. Solix's half-ghost is perfectly happy out there with Aradia. We've seen him and confirmed it ourselves, so there's no reason to consider him. And Eridan, he murdered Pfeffery and tried to kill Kanaya and Solix. He doesn't even deserve to be in the running.
BRB while I cry.
But Nepeta and Pfeffery, what did they ever do to anybody?
Yes, that's my point. Exactly. I don't want to be the arbiter of Eridan's value as a person because of the mistakes he's made, or Pfeffery's, or Nepeta's, or Solix's, or anybody's. The only reason I chose these 2 over others is on account of taking responsibility for some nasty shit I personally did, plus also some tactical considerations for the greater good. But that's different. I would like to think you of all people would be on the same page as me when it comes to taking responsibility for your own actions, while in the same stride, not judging other people for their misdeeds too harshly. But if you feel comfortable continuing to crown yourself as the Queen of Justice, then be my guest.
Oh, give me a break. I think we both know the justice issues here are pretty cut and dried. Solix wants to be where he is. Eridan is a murderous douche. The girls are innocent. I say we bring him back.
Terezi, please, let's not bicker in front of the party. We need to be showing solidarity here.
We do?
Yes. We're equally important to the party as its overarching executives. The ones with the most experience in the department of guile and ruthlessness. I may project my voice louder than you and borrow the spotlight for a little longer, but you are always the soul of Team Scourge. I couldn't be doing this without you. I wouldn't even want to.
Aw. Yeah, okay. You're right. I'm behind you all the way.
I stated my case, but if you really want to revive them, that's fine with me. I've got the torso parts of me right here, so feel free to round them up and prototype them anytime.
You do? Where?
In the hunger trunk. I've stashed all the spare remains there to keep them fresh, along with our, final living party member.
Huh?
Honk.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I think I'll revive them a little later. Yeah, later.
Suit yourself. Oh boy. Okay, a lot's happened, and I have a lot to do today. I said I was going to stop at the end of the intermission, and I didn't. So we're going to stop midway through this intermission instead. Let's see. Let me save where we are. Boom. There we go. That's saved. And let's also see who we can raid. Let's see. Who can we raid? Who's live? Moon is live. Okay, let's raid out Remember to copy and paste the raid message so Moon knows that you're coming from my raid. Let me make sure I've spelled Moon's channel right. Yeah, I'm spelling it right. Alright. Let's raid Moon. Remember to read the rules. Remember to be respectful. Be kind, be supportive. Moon is currently playing Love in Deep Space, so we're going to head over and check out what they're doing. They're probably looking at the new story in Love in Deep Space, which I will be doing soon. Once we finish Homestuck, I'll be getting back to my regularly scheduled Saturdays for the lads bullshit. So, yeah. Let's get going, shall we? I will see you next time. Take care of yourselves. Hydrate. Be good. And, yeah. See ya!